is divided into clearly two parts. The first talk is on regulatory approach to expanding nuclear power program. And in the second part after T, we have 4 talks from the industry that has been a partner in our nuclear power program. We are already somewhat behind the schedule, and I wouldn't want to spend any more time in introductions. I would straight away call Mr. Varghese to the dais. Mr. Varghese has been with the regulatory board for now more than 15 years. And he has done excellent work. He has been involved in the regulation of new power plants, and he is the right speaker today to address us, to tell us how the regulator will be in position to review and give clearances for the expansion of the nuclear power program that is planned by the NPCIL. Yeah, I would request Dr. Geeta to give the biodata of Mr. Varghese.
Good morning. It is my privilege to introduce Shri C.S. Varghese, Executive Director, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. Shri C.S. Varghese is a graduate electrical engineer with 18 years of experience in construction, commissioning, and operation of fast breeder reactors, and over 16 years experience in regulation of nuclear and radiation facilities. He is serving in Atomic Energy Regulatory Board since 2005, and presently he is rendering his service to ARB in his capacity as Outstanding Scientist, Executive Director, and Chairman of Safety Review Committee for Operating Plants, and an ex-officio member of the board of ARB. Before joining ARB in 2005, Shri C.S. Varghese had served fast breeder test reactor in Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research for 19 years in various capacities as commissioning engineer, operation engineer, shift charge engineer, etc. In ARB, he is involved in safety and security regulation of various nuclear and radiation facilities. He has been associated with LWRs, reprocessing plants, radioactive waste management facilities, PFBRs, and PHWRs. He had undergone training in the design and review of security systems of nuclear facilities in Sandia National Laboratory, USA. Presently, he is chairman of the Committee for the Review of Security Aspects of Nuclear and Radiation Facilities in India. Requesting Shri C.S. Varghese, Executive Director, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, to deliver the speech on safety regulation of NPPs, a key to sustainable nuclear power.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning to all sirs who are present here physically as well as who are connected remotely, and all my dear colleagues and friends. And very good morning to Session Chairman, Chandra, who was my boss when I was in IGCR, as well as who was my boss when I was in ERB. So now I will start with the presentation without wasting time. And today the caption, as was told, it is safety regulation of NPPs. This is a key to sustainable nuclear power. So in this presentation, you can see that is what we are trying to do. So I will slightly introduce about ARB, the regulation. Then we will, what happened? Not audible? Okay. So first I will introduce shortly about what ARB is, how ARB is functioning, what are the things. Then we will look on to what are the challenges. So for the expansion of nuclear power plant, that is very little. We are not seeing that much challenge, but anyway, I will try to present it. So we will start with So these are the topics. There are around 7 points I'm going to try to cover. One is the sustainable energy needs. I already, earlier speakers already spoken a lot about these sustainable energy needs. Here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out the needs. Then after that, how it is related to nuclear power. And then what will be the role of regulation in that. Then the next one is about safety regulation in short. Then about the safety objective and the safety principles. Then we'll be talking about regulatory and the legal and regulatory framework which is in India today. Then during regulation, what are the important regulatory elements as far as regulation is concerned. Then one important thing we are trying to bring is there is regulatory oversight during COVID-19 pandemic. You may be wondering why I'm bringing it here. That shows the importance of regulation, whether it is on time or off time. So whether people are working or not working, actually regulator cannot rest. He has to work. And whether different methodologies we may have to adopt, but we worked. And we were ensuring safety of the nuclear power plants, which continue to operate even during the pandemic situation. And then we will be talking about the challenges ahead. So here you can see when you go to sustainable energy needs, for a sustainable energy, actually these are the factors which is required. There is a low land footprint, then environment friendly, minimal waste, low carbon footprint, and energy security. Applying all these factors to nuclear power, it is applicable. And to see about low carbon footprint when we talk about, see, there was a write-up which was telling that in 2019, they had done some assessment in USA. Due to the introduction of these nuclear power plants, what has happened is around, that is carbon emission equivalent to around 100 million cars, as if it is taken to off-road. That effect they could get it. So this is the sort of advantage what we'll have when you go for the nuclear power. Then when you talk about low land footprint, yes, today we are talking about solar plants. Then we are talking about hydro plants, then as well as wind energy. All this compared to that, the footprint, the land print which is required, or the land required for the nuclear power plant is comparatively less. And to make it environment friendly, already the designers are taking care of the nuclear power plant. Here the regulator again comes to regulate and see that whatever it was intended in the design, it is not crossing and safety is ensured. Again, minimal waste also regulator has a major role in that. Energy security, of course, that also there is, we've been thinking that why energy security, because energy security, one factor is reliable energy supply. So reliable supply as far as from safety concerned also, it is very important. So from that angle, energy security also comes indirectly during the regulation. Then what is the safety regulation? So here we can see when you weigh against risk and benefits, the benefit should be more, risk should be less. And through regulation, we should bring down the risk. But there is one important thing, that is, there's a risk you cannot bring down beyond a particular limit, because there is the issue of an industry, whether it is viable or not. So below so any industry to operate to be viable, some risk will be there, but that risk has to be taken in the design as well as through regulation. So that will be there. That is why this difference in, you can see that while the weighing machine, this is a difference. And also during regulation, you can see, regulation, we can only go to that limit. That is a tolerable risk band, but it is shown. Beyond that, the risk is outweighing the benefit, that plant cannot be introduced. Below that, if you are trying to reduce the risk below that band, then the industry will become not viable. So now the regulator's role is in between the regulation where the risk is to be optimized. As far as the safety regulation of nuclear power is concerned, the benefits are long-term, and already I told, it is repeated. The risk is already, as we are all aware, it is with the radiation, and the safety pertaining to safety. Radiation is the important thing, but as well as nuclear power is concerned. An important thing, but we should not forget, what Sri Homi J. Bhabha, he told in 1960. He told the radioactive material and sources of radiation should be handled in atomic energy establishment in a manner which not only ensures that no harm can come to workers in the establishment or anyone else, but also in an exemplary manner so as to set a standard which other organizations in the country may be asked to emulate. This is the directive he has issued in February 1960. And this regulatory body, we are taking it as our one of the input based on which we are functioning even today. We follow Homi J. Bhabha, his directive, and we are in compliance with that. When you come to safety objective, see the fundamental safety objective that we all know, that is to protect people and the environment from the harmful effect of ionizing radiation. This is the fundamental safety objective. But at the same time, this safety objective can be achieved in two ways. One, you don't operate the plant, and the safety objective is there. That is not the thing. Plant should be operated. All output should be there. So I'm telling only from the safety angle. So that's why there's a first bullet to be achieved without unduly limiting the operation of facilities or the conduct of activities that give rise to radiation risk. So this is the safety objective should be achieved. At the same time, this also should continue. Operation also should continue. And then this applies for all the facilities and activities and for all stages of the lifetime of the facility. And one more thing I want to inform everybody is actually IAEA has the fundamental safety principles. That's the very famous 10 safety principles, based on which the safety standards are being developed internationally. In AR, we are also developing, and we are also in line with these 10 safety principles, which was again proved in 2015 when the peer review by the IRS was conducted in ARB. Except for one or two recommendations, which further we have to modify certain actions, which already now follow-up IRS mission is planned in the month of June this year, where we had complied with most of the recommendations that they made. So now these safety principles, actually based on this, we develop the safety requirements. Then for implementation for that purpose, actually safety requirements is in the form of safety codes. And these safety requirements are achieving through safety guide, which give the guidance to achieve each regulatory requirement. So, and in this way, we are achieving the fundamental safety objective. We will have a glance on what are the 10 safety principles that we talk on. First is responsibility to safety. This is what I want to underline. Even while expanding of the nuclear program, this is very, very important. The prime responsibility for safety must rest with the person or organization responsible for facilities and activities that give rise to radiation risk. If a regulator is present, does not mean that my responsibility is over. No owner should think like that. No licensee, no applicant should think about that. The prime responsibility remains with them. Regulator, and the question will come, what the regulator? So the question is, what is the role of government? At the same time, when the principle 1 is there, principle 2, an effective legal and government framework for safety, including an independent regulatory body, must be established and sustained. That is most important. Independent regulatory body, this is where actually the peer review also had touched on. At the same time, they identified that functionally ARB is independent, but they had again recommended, they had given some suggestion to make a more independent, and said that your decision making is not getting controlled by anybody else who are the promoters in India. But anyhow, they are identified that functionally they are independent, and ARB is functioning in that way. So this is the second principle. And the third one is this leadership and management for safety should be present in the organizations. This is very, very, very important. So in this kind of nuclear power plants, actually, when we go for the organization of the management, this also has to be taken into consideration. And based on this, actually, there is a recommendation to ARB. When organizational changes are happening in the facilities who are promoting nuclear power plants, does ARB review the safety aspect pertaining to that organizational change? Whether the right person at the right area has come, so that safety is not compromised anywhere. And actually, this leadership and the management for safety is being promoted, and people are considered that way for ensuring safety of the plant, which is under that particular project, or that particular facility, or by the group, whatever it is, NPCL, whatever corporation, whatever it is. So this is actually, this leadership and management for safety should be promoted, and it should be there in the organization, so that in all aspects, whenever actions are taken, when decisions are taken, safety is not compromised. And the fourth one is, this is very, very important, justification of facilities and activities. Any facility, any activity which is prone to have a risk pertaining to radiation aspects, it needs to be justified. What is justification? That is, facilities that give rise to risk that they yield overall benefit. That is, benefit is much above the risk. And overall benefit to do is it acceptable to take this risk? So that actually that has to be justified in that angle. Based on that justification only, the licensing should be done or the clearance should be given to the plant for getting it established. So here actually we have justification. So that is not an issue as far as today's session topic is concerned. This is not coming on the way. This is all justified. It is required. So it has to go ahead. So they will go ahead also. But I'm telling this is from the regulation point of view. This has to be looked into. Then comes an optimization of protection. Protection must be optimized to provide the highest level of safety that can be reasonably achieved. This is other principle. So protection should be aspects, whatever it is that we are going to provide in the design as well as in the nuclear reactor. It has to optimize such that the highest level of safety is achieved. The limitation of risk to individuals now, somebody will ask the question, why this, all this optimization of protection we told, all protection aspects, safety, everything we told. Why this principle number 6, that is limitation of risk to individuals? Why? Because even if this optimization and all the safety aspects we talked about, there can be chances where individuals may be at risk in the plant when they operate, which may be overseen by the designer. So that also should not be there. That is, an individual also should not face the risk in a plant. So the plant should be designed so. So when you go for a macro level look into, the plant may be safe. When you go micro level inside, there can be certain weak points, certain hot spots where some individuals are working, will be getting exposed to that. That also is not acceptable. As per the principle, that also should not be there. Then, of course, it is from the green energy point, again, protection of present and future generations. So the nuclear power plants or the radiation facilities which is operating, that should ensure that the present and future generations are protected in all aspects. As we all know, prevention of accidents, all practical efforts must be there to prevent accidents. We don't want that. Then comes emergency preparedness and response. Arrangements must be made for emergency preparedness and response for nuclear radiation facilities. They should be in place. Now, to what extent, that's what yesterday in the talk, the panel discussion I was presenting about this. In this actually, to what extent this emergency preparedness and response should be there, that depends, that should be depending on the society where the nuclear plants are constructed, the education level, the economical level, the type of people, all these aspects. Anyway, this is the things future what we have to think about. But today we are in place, it is emergency preparedness and response. It is in place. And coming to the principle number 10 is protective actions to reduce existing or unregulated radiation risk. This is actually, what is this unregulated radiation risk? This unregulated regulated radiation risk is, there can be some background radiations, not due to the plant, due to certain other activities, maybe due to wrong waste disposal, maybe due to wrong regulation or wrong design aspects. Something has deposited somewhere, some radiation activities are there. So in this, so that kind of areas, so there should be protective actions to reduce existing unregulated radiation, and it must be justified. Why it is justified and optimized? Because that area actually, when we take action for preventing the people while entering, people who are working also gets exposed to. So is it worth that this many people should get exposed to for carrying out this activity? So this is the angle what we have to regulators to look into. Now, these are the safety principles based on which can continue, no? Okay. So now, I will come to the fourth point, that is legal and regulatory framework. And first, what I want to tell is that the safety regulation had evolved concurrently with the nuclear power program in India. Historically, when we look on how ARB was formed, so actually there was 1969 when Tharapur reactors were in the commissioning phase. At that time, a committee was formed. So this was formed for looking into the safety aspects. It had all started in 1969 as a committee. And Vikram Sarabhai was actually has constituted that committee for him to take the decisions where how to go about with that reactor, which is imported reactor Tarapur 1 and 2. Then 1971, when the Rajasthan unit was about to commission, at that time, the committee named as DA, this committee was renamed as DASRC. So that's why DASRC was formed in 1971. Then after that, what it could be seen is actually the nuclear power plants are expanding and then more reactors are going to come. This kind of committees cannot take care of the safety of these reactors. So there should be something based on that. A committee was formed in 1979 to see that what is the way out, how to ensure safety of all these units when it is going to come in India based on the expansion plan. And this committee has submitted its report in 1981. A separate regulatory body has to be formed in India, an independent regulatory body, which should be based on Atomic Energy Act. And the report was in 1981. And based on this report, Atomic Energy Regulatory Body was formed in 1983. So that is how it happened, how the ARB was formed. And it is formed to carry out certain regulatory and safety functions under 16, 17, and 23 of the Atomic Energy Act. And in nutshell, 16 is control over radioactive substance, 17 is special provisions of safety, and 23 is administration of factories act, which is to ensure industrial safety in the DA establishments. And the ARB is a national regulatory body having powers to lay down safety standards and requirements and to monitor and enforce provisions under the Act and rules thereof that I explained to you, nuclear and radiation installations and practices. As per statutory order 4772 by President of India, when ARB was formed, in that very clearly it is laid down, actually ARB has to prepare or develop the safety standards and requirements, and based on which safety regulation has to be carried out. And now today, as on today regulatory body, we have 3 regional regulatory centers in the northern regional center, and eastern as well as southern. Then we have a headquarter here. Why I'm telling this, because this is important is from the expansion point of this nuclear power plant, which is coming in different part of India, which is being planned. The regulator also has increased his arm, so that not only from headquarter, now regulatory center also is going to regulate. And these regulatory centers now, presently, it is looking into the radiation facilities and augmentation of RRC after my takeover had started. And now, as a first step, we have, as approved by Board of ARB, Southern Regional Center, we are expanding it. So this will be done in phases actually. So now, Southern Regional Center will be looking at the radiation facilities and nuclear facilities in the southern region of India up to Andhra Pradesh. So that will be looked after by this regional center. Then minus NPPs for the time being, phase 1. Then after development of or build-up of enough manpower, it will start regulating nuclear power plants also. So that is southern. Then once SRC, based on that experience, Eastern Regional Center, now already the new building constructed yesterday, we took over that building. And the entire UMSOR is present now, all the staff is going to get transferred to that building. And more people will be transferred, and from Eastern region also, the regulation is going to get started. It is already in move, it is going to get further augmented. The Northern Regional Center also being worked out for expanding the manpower there. So in that way, actually this India and this all Bhargava Sahab initiated this, and during this period to the board we had got the approved, and based on that it started. Now we are expanding it further. So these regional centers also will help a lot. In the time factor is very important, because some construction which is happening, something in the northern region comes to headquarters, and after that going back, all these things will be difficult. All this can be avoided. Inspections can be done whenever required. They can also be in touch with the regulatory body, UMSOR is constructing. All these aspects can be taken care by these regional centers. So this also is one important factor which I want to inform. As the mission of ARB, it is to ensure the use of ion incineration and nuclear energy in India does not cause undue risk to the health of people and the environment. So this is the mission of ARB. It is similar to the safety fundamental. The mission of ARB It is to be a knowledgeable organization of high international standards with state-of-the-art scientific capabilities and to maintain high level of professionalism, credibility, transparency, and accountability in the domain of its regulatory responsibilities. And based on this, we are functioning each factor so that this vision we are achieving and we are in line. And again, we are conducting a peer review, which will be in June, as I told earlier. From there also, again, we will be confirming that all these aspects we are meeting. So regulatory process, there we can divide that into two. One is the core process, and another is associated process. And core process, as we all know, there is development of safety regulation already told. In safety review and assessment, is the basic activity what regulatory has to do. Then issuance of license, that is after a review of the design in detail and confirming safety of the plant, licensing will be issued. Then that is concerns at different stages that will come details as we go. Then regulatory inspection to see that whatever regulatory requirements were there, they are in compliance with that. Whatever recommendations were made, they are in compliance with that. All these aspects are checked during regulatory inspection. Enforcement, this is word which a regulator should not use, and I don't, and as far as I am concerned, as well as most of in ARB also, we also have looked at more than enforcement, actually it should be influencing. So that is what is required. So enforcement should be the last word to a regulator. And that shows the effectiveness of regulation. If a regulation is effective, then it will be, this enforcement will be minimal. And I want to give a happy message to everybody here. As far as ARB from 1983 onwards, this 39 years of functioning, our enforcement is very minimal. And minimal in the sense in the of 3 or 4, that too, at certain critical location, this enforcement action had to be taken. Other than that, it is purely influencing, and based on that, the regulations and safety is ensured. Then it goes for the monitoring of emergency preparedness and response. These are the core activities. And associated process, the regulatory safety research and analysis, which for that separate division and research center is already existing. Then a stakeholder consultation. This is very, very important as a stakeholder consultation. This actually, yesterday, I think in the panel discussion we talked about, or otherwise I will tell, we have a national conference for regulatory interface. Bhardwaj again, we discussed, and actually he wanted to get it implemented. We did it implement also. So it is a platform, a common platform given to the stakeholders as well as to the regulator to openly air their view. And whatever negativity is talking, nothing will be taken into blood and nothing will be taken into decision making. That will be totally different. So what we consider that what feedback we are getting, whether it is negative, we are very happy that it is for our correction mechanism. It is for the regulatory body to improve. And it is from the feasibility point they may be telling. So all this angle, so a platform is made and every year we meet. And moreover, the specialty of this conference is whatever recommendations are coming in that platform. Next year in the conference, actually we say what is the status of that, what action is taken, and what is the progress we made. So that like that. In the same way, many other feedback systems from the radiation facility point of view, then as well as awareness programs, also we are utilizing, but there also feedbacks are collected. So that based on feedback, the effectiveness and the efficiency of regulation can be improved. Then legal support we give, and we get that is to DA and all. We also have a legal cell, and as well as we get the legal support also, as well as we give also now. Then about public communication outreach, so we communicate to the public. And then about national coordination and international cooperation. So these are the other activities, is associated process. So then going to the next, actually, legal and regulatory framework when we talk about. This is acts and rules, which is as per the Indian Constitution, provides statutory provisions as well as provides procedures to meet the statutory provision. Then based on that, Indian Constitution, in line with it, in harmony with that, and with the 10 fundamental safety principles what we told. Based on that, the safety codes are developed, and based on that, for getting the safety regulatory requirements, guides are brought, which gives the guidance for that. So this is the framework which is existing in India. And the regulatory elements. So these are the regulatory elements what we talk on. There is regulatory requirements, safety, that is a requirement which the institution has to meet. Then safety review and consulting action. Then verification of compliance, which is done through inspections. Enforcement in case of deviation. Then again, I told that enforcement which in case deviations are observed and they are not in line with what you call it, with the regulatory requirements, then the enforcement action comes into picture. So these are the important regulatory elements. So one by one, we'll take a regulatory requirement. We have more than 160 numbers of safety documents published, and more than eight or nine safety codes, or nine safety codes, because the ninth one is getting developed now. 8 safety codes are already existing. So then we also have various guides, and totally 160 documents are there. Safety documents, as we call, these are the safety codes. On regulation of nuclear and radiation facility, there is ARBSCG. So this actually gives how to carry out the regulation of nuclear and radiation facilities. What are different stages? What are the review and assessment you have to carry out? And how the consenting process, all these aspects are detailed in that. Then the next safety code is on the site evaluation. That is the first thing what for a nuclear power plant is important. Site evaluation of nuclear facilities. So this is SES, and this is a revised version. It is already existing. The other one is actually reactor type specific for PSWR as well as for LWR, PSWR SCD as well as LWR. And for now, sodium gold fast reactors also is getting developed. So these reactor specific codes are now PSWR SCD and LWR SCD is being revised. All these things are in place. So what I want to give rest assured that as such, all regulatory codes are in, safety codes are in place. We can carry so that we can carry out the regulation without any ambiguity or without any time delay. So expansion, actually regulatory body is not going to expansion of nuclear programs. Regulatory body is ready to handle that. Then on plant operation SCO, so there's a safety code on that. Then a code on quality assurance SEQA in nuclear power plants, and a safety code on radiation protection for nuclear fuel cycle facilities. Then on management of radioactive waste, SCR, RW, and there's a management of nuclear and radiological emergencies, which is under development. NRE, that is SCNRE. It is being developed, it is getting finalized, will be finalized shortly. So that also will be in place. So as such, all the safety codes will be in place. Now coming to SCQA, even though it is not part of this presentation, I want to talk one thing, which is very, very important and which we have to think. While going for this expansion of this nuclear power program, starting from design onwards, this QA aspect, too much importance has to be given. What is we are observing in the regulation is with time frame, this NPCL also should agree with it. The quality, we are saying that more importance should be given to quality assurance. And whenever we review any design, there is a silent, one member is there. That is silent member is nothing but it is QA. That is, for every sentence what we are telling, provided quality is maintained. That is there. But that we are not repeating. Okay, if this particular provision is there, we are accepting, provided quality is maintained. So this quality is very, very important, and this much more importance has to be given. And for this, while expanding of this nuclear power program, there should be a special action from the licensee to ensure quality of each construction activities, what they are doing at site. And as well as from the regulatory body also, we are introducing an expanded regulatory oversight or overseeing or oversight of QA aspects. This is very, very important. And QA, we are going to give much more importance. Why? Because nuclear reactors, new reactors, that actually some minor here and there, some failures are taking place, which was not expected. Even imported reactor, similar reactor elsewhere in the world it is operating, this kind of failures are not seen. This was thought on. Why? What is the reason behind this? The thing is actually, the most important thing is quality is very, very important. And the second factor is actually this product construction time is comparatively high. So what will happen is actually these products which is constructed outside, it comes. Then after that, how safely it is stored, how safely it is maintained, so that it is not getting corroded or damaged, which we may not notice. And due to that, what will happen is the life of that comes down. So this is very, very important. So this area we have to concentrate on. So this is also very important. So quality as well as taking care of the product which is coming and how it is maintained and how it is well protected, so that it is not facing any corrosions, and it is not facing any other. And more of some places and all, some storing is seen. That is, material comes one over the other, it is stored. So what can happen is with the material which is at the down below, actually it can get loaded and it can have its own stress buildup. All these problems will be there. When it goes into the reactor, when it sees the radiation field as well as high temperature, its performance may not be. So preservation of this is very, very important. So preservative aspects, more stress has to be given. Quality assurance, stress has to be given. These points also is very important and has to be noted by all the by the licensees, so that for all the plants, if it is done, the plant performance will be safe and steady. So then coming to nuclear security, now we are developing the regulatory requirements for the nuclear security also, which affects safety of the plant. For I think in the opening session, actually, there was a talk about computer security of nuclear power plants, which is very important as far as today's reactor control is concerned. From that angle, we had developed the regulatory requirement for computer security, and it is sent to, and it is being followed by the nuclear power plants. So NPCL is in compliance with that. We had sought the compliance from all the units, and we are following it up. Then while developing the regulatory requirement, see this, what are the considerations required while bringing in the requirement? That is, we get the inputs from safety review and assessment. We get the inputs from the safety regulatory inspection body we carry out. From inspection, some observations will be there. And if it is a continuous observation, due to, that is, since there is no feasibility, they could not do it. If it is like that, then we will think about it. And what is the way out? So how the requirement has to be brought in. So this kind of inputs comes through regulatory inspections. Then the safety research findings, what we yesterday in the panel discussion were talking about, new research, finding something if it is coming. Based on that also the requirement will change. So that it is in line with what the finding is. Now technological developments also is considered into. Then IAEA safety standard is very, very important, which is the backbone of us. So we very sincerely and strongly follow that, because that is by different country states. So from where it is being followed. So from that angle, actually, this safety standard is very important. We follow that. Then about the national and international experience, this also is taken by developing the regulatory requirement and practices from other national and international organizations. So regulate and as well as regulatory bodies. So the safety regulation provides the performance criteria for structures, systems and components and management and operational procedure and processes to be achieved during siting, design, construction, operation, as well as decommissioning of the facilities. So the requirement is from that angle, as we all know. The attributes of a requirement, what it should be. So this is how all the safety code, all the requirements are being developed. And the requirements, when we finally arrive upon, these are the attributes that we should have, that is appropriate balance between regulatory provisions that are sufficiently detailed to achieve and maintain safety. Then graded approach, based on that the requirements are coming. And the requirements are consistent in nature. It is very clearly and easily understood by all stakeholders. This is one of the important factors. Rather than using high-end technical languages, it should be simplified language which can be understood by everybody. So this also we take into consideration, so that it is under somebody who reads that is very clear that what this requirement talks about. And sufficiently flexible to permit their application to develop technologies and evolve with that also. The requirement is not preventing them from. You can develop, but the regulatory process will change. That's all. And minimize the subjectivity, that is clarity. Here, actually, now we are planning. This is one other information I want to give. We are planning to create a basis document for every regulatory requirement. So regulatory requirement, what is happening is, in 2020, if you are developing a requirement, a code, for every requirement, actually behind that, there will be an aim to satisfy this, to avoid that. After that, what will happen is, as the years goes by the time the people or the officials or the experts who were responsible for developing that, they may not be there in position, new hands will come. Now what will happen is that regulatory, now that requirement goes for individual's interpretation. Now individual interpretation comes in the committee where the argument starts. So one line it will tell like one way, another line other way, and things will keep on, and this consumes a lot of time and a lot of interpretation, all these aspects. To avoid this, when the document is developed at that time itself, beneath the requirement, the basis also will be there, so that very clearly it is to the licensee that this requirement is met, provided these conditions are satisfied. So that clarity will be there, and this is the planning. As a first step towards that, for computer security, we had prepared. In that, actually, the requirement is at the top and basis at the bottom. So each requirement, base also is there. Now it is very clear to the committee as well as to the licensee, and this will reduce the time taken for arriving upon decision makings as the years goes by. So this and as a next step for sodium cooled fast reactors, we are trying to start as a first step towards that. Then for other reactors also, this basis document will come. This is the plan what IRB is having. So this again from the expansion, nuclear expansion point of view, so that we can save time. The committees will not have a difficult time situation for taking decisions because different interpretations are coming from different quarter to avoid that. Then as well as the safety review and assessment is concerned, see what are the inputs for that, applications and supporting submissions from the utility will come. Then any new item it is in the safety analysis as well as on safety analysis for everything is there, but R&D feedback, if something new is there, that has to be submitted. And operational feedback is very important. This operational feedback effect can be minimized if for the fleet type reactor that was yesterday I was telling, if the first two reactors which is constructed 700 megawatt, if that validates the design, then all the aspects, construction, everything will be easy for the next coming 10 reactors. So the feedback will be based on the feedback once the correction is taken, no actions are required based on that because already the correction is done and now it is a validated design. And we can go ahead with the construction very fast. Then a graded approach will be taken based on depending on the radiation risk, the decisions will be taken, the requirements will be there. All this is a graded approach will be there. Then observations during regulatory inspection also is very important because it also indirectly gives the safety culture prevailing at the location. So this is as far as review and assessment is concerned. And this, as we all know, that these are the different stages: siting, construction, commissioning, operation, decommissioning. Everywhere this review and assessment is carried out to confirm that each stage it is ready for, and based on the This is why the importance comes during COVID period. All these activities has to be carried out so that the operating reactor is safe. Renewal of license, the frequency is 5 years, as I already told. All the reviews are carried out once in 5 years. That is for renewal of license alone. Then periodic safety review. This is an important thing, and this is done once in 10 years. Periodic safety review. It is carried out, and this all the aging aspects. Then any events taken place due to that, what are the corrections carried out, whether any permanent changes are required, and this is having various safety factors. Based on the safety factor, it is analyzed, and against that safety factor, how safe is the reactor? It is assessed, and based on the decision is taken, whether the further license should be introduced or given to the reactor for the reactor to operate. So this is what is done through the PSR. And due to that, actually, due to PSR, we have seen that there are significant safety upgrades have happened in all the plants. Then, and it is also giving this increased level of confidence on safety status of operating plant. So a plant which is 20 years or 25 years old, that is, we don't know next 5 years whether we can give it or not. So that is again from these safety factors, which is in the PSR, that will give the confidence, yes, we can go ahead and the license can be issued. And safety review and consenting, as you all know, it is a multi-tier review process, and it is done as per the existing codes and guides. And for that also, I want to give the feedback. Committees will be independent. For that, special procedure is made for the formation of the committee. It is strictly followed. So based on that, this effective multi-tier review process is there in ARB, and this will be continuing. And the committees, the PDS USC and the SARCOP as well as board, these are the three level what is why the multi-tier what you call on tier 1, tier 2, and 3. And now verification of compliance is done through inspections, but there actually safety principle, fundamental safety principle number 1, what we told, that is very, very important. The prime responsibility does not diminish from it. You come and inspect, yes, a regulatory body comes, looks into. So this actually every licensee has to keep in mind when the new nuclear power plants comes. Always think that safety is, they have to ensure, don't wait for the regulator to come and ask. And also we are thinking about introducing some sort of award system for the licensee. If they are taking certain regulatory decisions without even informing regulatory body, they are themselves are conducting, and they are showing their self-regulation they are carrying out. If it is visible and if it is clear to the regulatory body, we want to appreciate them and we want to give some award or something like that. That is also being thought of. So then periodic reporting and even reporting by licensee also, it is again for verification of the compliance it is utilized. Coming to the inspectors from regulatory body, they are qualified and they are authorized also. We have now the online authorization system where they are made competent enough. They are questioned. Based on the question answer, they will be called if they are qualified or not qualified. If they are qualified only, they will be sent. Only authorized inspectors will be going for the inspection activities. You may check the compliance with the licensing conditions. You will get the tests and measurements done necessary for assessing radiation safety if it is required. And investigate unusual incidents or accidents, if any, and even verify implementation of corrective actions, etc. But everywhere, the prime responsibility for safety is not compromised. So now for coming enforcement, again, I want to repeat this. If a regulatory body is carrying out too much in enforcement, I want to say that the regulatory body is not effective. Why? Because, see, actually, a regulatory body also has a job to create awareness about safety, such that whatever regulatory requirement, without telling, the licensee should be ready to follow. And without, there is no compromise on that. That is what. So actually, we talk about less talking, more work. That is for the normal regulation is okay, for enforcement also. But actually for influencing, we have to talk more, as well as we have to work also more. Both have to be done. Talk more in the sense we have to explain to them very clearly that awareness should be created among them. Safety is very, very important. This requirement is for this purpose. This you meet. Don't compromise on that. And they in their brain, that should be always there. Whether regulator is there or not, that is immaterial. As far as the reactor is concerned, safety has to be ensured. So this actually, when the expansion takes place, this particular factor is very important. Why I'm telling, because laxity should not build up in the mind. This should not happen that we are the owner of this many reactors. We have operated for this many reactor years. We know this is okay. Nothing is going to happen. This laxity should not come in the mind. Always keep safety as of paramount importance, and based on that, it has to act so that effective expansion of nuclear program can happen in India. And when it comes to enforcement, actually, this again, I didn't want to discuss, but just to mention it, that is, what are the factors it is concerned when that is while deciding on the enforcement action, how the decision is taken based on the safety culture pertaining to the plant, what is the past performance, what is the safety significance, that is the first important factor. Then whether it is a repeated mistake and whether it is a willful action. So based on that, the enforcement, as per our enforcement policy of ARB, the intensity of the enforcement changes. So this is how the decision is taken, what sort of enforcement has to be made. During this COVID-19 pandemic, this to give rest assurance to the nation, this regulatory body is prepared for overseeing as well as for regulation of the plant, of the nuclear power plants, which is going to come and which is going to in fleet mode or whatever it is. And many numbers will be coming at a time. We'll be continuously following it, which we proved through even during the COVID period. where manpower was not there, when no physical traveling was allowed, everything was blocked, lockdown was there. In spite of that, we did. That is the function, mostly we function through telework. Then virtual medium extensively, which was used for the conduct of regulatory activities. Then for public awareness, again, we continued at that time also through virtual platforms. And the most important thing, it was the remote regulatory inspection. Actually, the idea was first mooted by me before the international decision came from IAEA. At that time, actually, it was not taken, felt that whether we can do remote. What the idea was actually remote regulatory inspection, if it is carried out, at least we will be creating, we will be giving a pulse to the licensee. This aspect, self-assessment has to be carried out to see that their plant is safe. So the questionnaire will be sent to them, they look into it, and based on that, they give the response to us. Then wherever required, that video coverage will be there, and they have to show that this action we have taken like that as the material proof. So this also was done. Then action plan was adopted worldwide. That is IAEA had adopted for worldwide NPPs to manage risks related to COVID-19. And this was actually sent to all the utilities and to abide by that, and we ensure that they are in line with that. So that also was done. Then close watch on information pertaining to effect of COVID-19 in the nuclear installation worldwide, and the preventive and the corrective actions taken by installations, that also was closely watched. Plus, even today, as on today, we have not stopped it. We are asking the nuclear power plants, what is the COVID infection, and they are giving it on bi-weekly, fortnightly, they are submitting us to show that safety is ensured, all the people are safe. Now the challenges ahead. So this most important thing is trust building. The trust building is between the regulatory body and the licensee, between the regulatory body and the public and the licensee. So this goes through awareness. Then a number of NPPs will be coming near future. At that time, we may require more manpower. So already we are on the move. So, and the competence also, when a detailed HR plan is prepared, based on that, the manpower is being expanded, and the training program also is being implemented. Then now the issue with long supply chain, this issue has to be seen. And this is actually internationally also is a very important topic. This supply chain length has increased. Earlier, there was one contractor, directly he comes, he does the work and goes back. Now, contractor to subcontractor, subcontractor to subcontractor, and goes like this. Actually, the contractor may be sitting in Delhi, the construction may be happening in Madras, and all this. And due to that, what will happen? The QA aspect, how to ensure quality. So and how to regulate them. All these aspects are very important. So this supply chain is, this is one issue, and this has to be taken care when we go for expansion of the nuclear power program. Then new technologies in the area of nuclear energy, but anyhow, if it is fleet type, that issue will not be coming, but if it is new technology, then it is a challenge because it has to be reviewed in length. It is a time consuming and ensure that safety is not compromised. And the other one actually is, yesterday, in the panel discussion was told, it is a long-term operation of NPPs. Many NPPs had covered their coming to the design life. Now, how to extend it? It is known as long-term operation. So long-term operation, actually already we had studied. We had taken action at an ARB. For that, a separate division is made. Requirements are being developed in line with IAEA, so that when it comes for this, actually how the regulation should be carried out. So that also is on. Now the last one, that is that PPP model of an NPPs, public-private partnership. When it comes, at that time the issue comes is actually a private partnership also is coming. Earlier it was a government-to-government deal. Now once that comes, now we have to see how the regulations have to change, regulatory requirements, how we have to bring it, and what are that also we have prepared it, and we are also ready with that. It is a draft version is ready. PPP as it comes, so how to carry out the regulation, that also readiness is there at the ARB side. So, and there's with this actually this IRS mission, I already explained that, so I need not repeat this. But this is actually a peer review by IAEA, and we are very happy to inform that IAEA has found that regulatory body is an effective body in India, except some very few recommendations. Now, again, we are inviting them in June, where they'll be doing the follow-up and they'll be re-ensuring it. And we will also, it will be also a mark to everybody when we think about the expansion of the nuclear program. At that time, regulatory body where it stands. From IA also will be hearing after June. So with this, I am concluding remarks as this legal and regulatory frameworks are in place for effective safety regulation. And ARB endeavors to be knowledge these all things, I think, can already have told that with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varghese.
Yes.
An excellent presentation, very lucid. You have taken us through the entire gamut of ERB activities. And I must appreciate the slides that you have made very clear. And I don't think you have left anything for, doubt or for people to ask questions. I don't see any comments like yesterday. They were online comments are not there. Here, if from the audience, if there are questions, yes.
Morning, sir. I'm sorry I'm late, but the most important part was the last slide, which was about PPP model. So I would like to know that is that a policy which is proposed to be coming up, and should the collaborators also start working on preparation of their proposal models accordingly? Or it is a model just for current academic exercise and it would continue to be the same model of scope sharing for foreign collaborators?
See, this whole clarity is not there to the regulatory body. What is happening is, there was a message that, okay, this kind of model reactors also they are thinking about. So with the existing regulatory mechanism, how will you regulate it? So that's what you asked, no? That is a PPP model with. So what is the government decision? We don't know. So to what way they are going to take the decision, how it is going to come in future. But we are keeping ourselves ready. At that time, it should not happen that we are cutting a sorry figure. We don't have anything with us. That is the thing. So we are keeping it ready in that way. I think I answered your question.
Sorry, I am also slightly late, but I still think that ARB person will be the right man. He can also make a comment on this, the issue of this liability class, that is supplier versus operator actually. So how does ARB looks at it? Because this is one of the bottlenecks whenever we are talking of getting the reactors from abroad, overseas. So how the ARB looks at it actually? And what is the present status? That is the liability of the operator versus the supplier.
Yeah. ARB has very clearly brought out in his regulatory requirement. So whatever reactor you are importing, there should be one authorized person from India, a group. But for example, we are importing reactor from take KKNPP. KKNPP, actually, it should not happen that, okay, we are importing it. I think that's the question you asked, no? So this, am I clear that, am I answering the same thing? No, that's why I'm talking generally. I'm telling example. So there should be an authorized party, say from India, that is from NPCL, for taking the responsibility of the design of the test. It should not tell that it is designed by Russia, we don't know, or it is designed by X or Y. It should not be. Somebody should be there to take the responsibility of the design of that reactor. And that particular person should communicate with the design from wherever that is imported and come out with a response to ARB, what questions are put forward by ARB. That clarity is very much is there. And LWRSCD is talking very clearly on that. Liability you are talking about. No, we are not coming. I don't think regulatory bodies. It is it's from the notification point of view, CLND Act. So CLND Act actually, as far as we talk about, you are talking about a compound failure leading to an accident. But so this actually regulatory body is coming only from the notification point of view, event notification. The balance, everything is with the Government of India, and as per the CLND Act, it is done.
Good morning, sir. This question is regarding operations. So yesterday we saw that slowly these reactors are operating for more than 2 years. Some of the reactors are operating 962 days or Taiga 1 as you have seen. So is ARB planning something to reduce the frequency of BSD for the PSWR type of reactors?
No, it's not clear. Is ARB planning?
Reduce the BSD frequency. Yeah, so maybe mandatory shutdown in 2 years or the grace period. So are you thinking of reducing the mandatory shutdown period? Let's say beyond 2 years, you can make it 2.5 years like that.
No, if the proper submissions are coming from the licensee to justify that, ARB will be considering that. But that has to be, that study has to be carried out and some necessary submissions should come. So based on, reactor when it was designed at that time, it was told the surveillance check should be done at this frequency, everything was started. Then after that, actually, when the extended operation came, at that time it was extended. Based on that extended, after extension and after operation and shutdown, the study was carried out on each component and found that it is safe. Even the lengthy surveillance, if it is done unsafe, no situations are there. If this kind of things, all clarifications are brought in, yeah, we can consider that case. But that study has to be carried out. The study report should come.
Hello, sir. I'm R.K. Saxena, retired officer from BARC. I have two small questions. This AERB and the BSc in BARC, whether they are two different governing councils, they have some common agenda program also?
No, they are different bodies. ARB does not have anything to do with BSc. But ARB, I am a member in BSc, where I will be telling that what are the regulatory requirements which we are following in ARB. Based on that, whatever if it is applicable to their institution, they have to apply it.
Okay.
Only from that angle.
Okay. Second question, in the sector of DAI, where you found that it is very tough to enforce that safety regulations and you have to cancel the licenses of those facility owners.
Can you repeat that once more? Once more, just.
Whether you have any record of that, where in the sectors of DAI, where it was very tough to enforce the safety and you had cancelled the licenses of the safety these facility owners.
No, you're talking about records. So yeah. Record maintenance ARB has for all the reactors for past many years. And what are the difficulties we faced, what all things we had and what actions were taken. So your record is maintained. It is there with you.
But have you cancelled the licenses also?
Have you?
Cancelled the licenses also as a regulator?
No, that is what I told you. No, see, as far as enforcement is concerned, we don't believe in enforcement. We go for influencing. So enforcement is minimal in number. 83 onwards, if you see, effective enforcement was only 4 or 5 in number. That's all. After that, actually, the NPCL has picked up and they know very well about the safety aspects. They are taken care. And the ARB is not forced to. But ARB, every time we are conducting awareness program, even today also, I can tell you, we are conducting webinars with the NPCL, all applicants as participants of talking about earlier events, what has happened in the nuclear reactors, what action would have avoided that. All these aspects we are taking and incrementally we are giving that feedback to them so that we are influencing them. So as well, based on regulatory requirement, they have to take the decision so that they are ensuring reactor safety.
Presentation was very, very clear, so you could follow. I have retired about 10 years before. So I just want to know about TAPS 1 and 2. These two reactors are running, most of the reactors belonging to this vintage have been closed down. And how many years, further years are licensed to operate TAPS 1 and 2?
Yeah. See, now the license is issued. Actually, it is a license issues only for 5 years. Huh? So that was issued, but actually now TAPS 1 and 2 is shut down. And due to the replacement of the pipeline. So that activity is going on. License is only for 5 years. It was studied. It was very detailed. It was reviewed. Different inputs were taken and different inspections, checks, everything was carried out. Based on that, regulatory body, after getting confirmed, we had to given the license for 5 years. Main vessel also. There is BRC has contributed a lot. I checked it, and based on that, only the decision was taken.
Sir, I have one question. Sir, I have one question. I am from BRC. Actually, when we talk of fleet of reactors, maybe accounting to say 150 gigawatts, something of that sort, no, it means maybe so many reactors coming up. And AERB as a what do you call the exclusion zone and all those zones were defined maybe long back. Is there any rethinking going on and reducing these areas? Because NPCL presentation, they were told that the radiation levels are so low, or maybe equal to background in many of these areas. So is there any rethinking going on
No.
these areas?
No, not now. Now rethinking is not there. Now it is 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer will continue. Depending on the submissions, it is maintained.
But
1
that may
kilometer is
pose some hindrance in expansion of the fleet of the nuclear program that we are envisaging.
Pardon me?
So we are expecting so many reactors to come, maybe say hundreds of reactors. Then I
It is
think,
coming in different parts of India. No? India is not that small.
but land acquisition, I think there are so many.
Yeah,
issues.
land acquisition has to be done. Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Chancellor. Yes, sorry.
Anyway, go.
No, these are two different requirements. The exclusion zone and these things are a safety requirement. That cannot be relaxed. If number is increasing, you have to increase the number of sites.
Yes.
And as far as revision is concerned, some time back it was 1.6 kilometers a mile, and that has been reduced after prolonged considerations
Yes.
to 1 kilometer. So these remains at present they remain valid, and at present there is no case also for a reduction of those limits any further.
Sig, Mr. Varghese, anyway, I'm not having any query as far as your presentation is concerned, but I'm trying to give some explanation to your question regarding enforcement. So enforcement, safety code on governmental organization gives rather, you can say, power to AERB to take enforcement action. And it's a graded approach. And as to your question, whether enforcement actions have been taken, yes, they have been taken. May not be in recent period, but when I was in ARP, it has taken. I will give 2-3 examples also. And it is graded approach. So it is not the cancelling the license. One case, construction activity was stopped. Full construction activity. And reason was within 6 months, there were 3 fatal accidents. Within 6 months, 3 fatal accidents and of the same type. That means there, whatever safety officers were there from, you can say, contractor side, utility side, they were not effective. And then they had to go through all that gamut and it was restarted after construction. Again, it was allowed to work when they made the requirement. This is one thing. I will tell you some 1 or 2 examples I am giving so that how is the graded approach is taken place. Then another occasion for Kulan containment. That pre-stressing system is a French design. Design of reactor is by Russian. Pre-stressing system was a French design. Now the problem was envisaged that threading the pre-stressing system, it will end up with a problem. And once construction is done and the ducts are placed in the line, concrete is poured, you cannot thread the thing. So it was stopped. Pre-stressing activity was stopped by the AERB and they were asked to make a mock-up. Full-scale mock-up. You can imagine something like 40-meter diameter mock-up for reactor containment, and threading system was proven, and whatever they use the word as a rabbit. So rabbit was not properly designed by the French fellows. Somehow NPCL did not envisage that such a problem will come. So whole thing was done, that but construction or rather threading, pre-stressing system installation, and for that matter, you can say reactor building construction was stopped. So it's a limited only to reactor building and pre-stressing. Other work can go. In case of RAPP 56, it was a full construction was stopped because of the fatal accident. Because it can happen anywhere. It can happen to the multiple fellows at a time if they mix the thing. That is the thing.
Thank
Another
you, Mr.
example,
Gujarati.
I will give last example. Sir.
Mr. Gujarati.
Just last example.
Yeah, we are running and keep it brief.
No, that's why I'm giving 3 different examples. And in case of Tarapur 3-4, there was a difficulty with some reactivity system, rather power control. There was difficulty, so very serious thing. So, and it was observed beyond certain power level. So AERB said, no, you stop at this power level. You cannot go unless that whole thing has been resolved. And then it was proven, and then they were allowed to restart. So Fortunately, there no case came that where the licensing was withdrawn, but all these things is possible and AERB does take place. And Mr. Varghese, as an ED, you have to also enforce. It doesn't mean that regulator is weak. Wherever it is necessary, it is to be taken care of.
No, enforcement, I think my presentation, it was clarity was there. See, the greater approach on enforcement is there.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I was telling something different. That is, we should think something more. Then, going to enforcement, we also should think about influencing the licenses such that enforcement can be brought to minimal.
Yeah.
So,
But it must be taken.
Hello. I think we need to sort of, for short of time, we cannot prolong this debate. Yeah, but sort of let me assure the person who has asked question that AERB has the authority and AERB has taken these enforcement actions whenever they were needed. But of course, your question was on cancellation of license. With regard to DAE facilities, there was never a cancellation of license. And all these enforcement actions are well documented. If you go through AERB annual reports in the past, you will find whenever these such actions are taken, they are all documented. AERB has been a strict regulator. So,
sir, in addition to that, we had started the legal cell also now.
Yeah.
Full-fledged, and legal cell is fully in support of the.
Yeah, but fortunately, we never needed legal cell for the DAE facilities so far. There have been outside the DAE in the private sector a few cases here and there where we had some legal problems, but otherwise people have been compliant of the rules, compliant of the regulations, compliant of the enforcement directions that AERB has given. And since we are running out of time, though Dr. Venugopal had a question, we will ask him to sort of get it clarified during the tea break. So Varghese,
yeah.
Online also there have been only compliments, and there had not been any questions.
Thank you.
So that speaks of the clarity of your presentation, and I'm happy that
thank you, sir.
You have done your job excellent, well, and thank you on behalf. He deserves an applaud.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think we'll break for tea, and now it's already 11:30. Let us try to be back within, let us say, 20 minutes by 11:45 if possible.
I'm happy to introduce Shri Anil V. Parab. Shri Anil V. Parab is a mechanical engineer from VJTI Mumbai and is working as member Lnt Executive Committee, Senior Vice President, Head Lnt Heavy Engineering. He is appointed as Director Lnt Heavy Engineering and Lnt Special Steels and Heavy Forgings Private Limited. He is Chairman of Capital Goods Steel Council of India and Co-Chairman of FICCI, Capital Goods National Committee. He is member of CII Manufacturing Committee. He acquired Senior Executive Management Education from London Business School and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He studied computer-aided manufacturing from IIT Mumbai. He is fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers and he is Senate member of IIT Jammu. Requesting Shri Anil V. Parab to deliver the speech on expectation and aspiration of industry partners.
This is the one. No? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for that brief introduction. It is almost after 4 years back to nuclear community. So what I will be talking, in fact, the brief which is given to me is L&T's contribution to the DAE, NPCIL programs, and what is the way forward for the accelerated growth of the nuclear program, which Government of India is actually banking a lot. And the way Dr. Chande said, L&T is associated with DAE, NPCIL right from its inception. This is a bird's eye view of our Hajira AM Naik Heavy Engineering Complex. This is one of the biggest across the globe, and in terms of covered area, it is the biggest. See, L&T is now in many businesses, and across the globe, we are exporting our products to more than 50 countries. And in terms of global ranking, we are ranked 22nd best employer across the globe, and within India, #1. In terms of best regarded companies globally, L&T stands at 135, within India, #5. And L&T recently, the rating of various brands which was done, L&T is included in top 500 brands globally. L&T Heavy Engineering, if I have to say, Bechtel, which is one of the stalwarts in not only in nuclear, but in EPC globally, they had conferred the Supply Chain Excellence Award based on consistent 5-year performance in 2018 to L&T for the hydrocarbon and petrochemical sector. L&T continue to grow. Currently, it is $19 billion with a market cap of 35 billion. But what is unique about L&T is it's a very unique solution provider. It is largest EPC in India, and with in-house manufacturing, construction, technology, and the IT and financial services. This is the L&T Executive Committee. All the operations are run by these people. I am happy to be one amongst them. This is the business spectrum of L&T. My direct responsibility in L&T is heavy engineering, and the joint venture between NPCIL and L&T Forge Shop, L&T Special Steel Forge Shop. I am there on their board. Heavy engineering, the product spectrum, if you see, these are various products. I will not talk about the refinery, petrochemical, hydrocarbon, the other power businesses. When it comes to nuclear, the nuclear island, steam generators, end shields, critical piping, these, and then some modification, revamp, upgrade, heat exchangers. We have been supplying this to NPCIL for more than 5 decades now. So L&T offers end-to-end solution, right from pre-project activities, engineering, procurement, manufacturing, project execution, L&T construction, heavy engineering, L&T power, which is balance of plant, turbine island, L&T walls, piping, and special steel and the forgings. In fact, last year, L&T created one global benchmark in terms of steam generator.
against contractual delivery of 48 months. Though pandemic was on, L&T completed it 1 year ahead of contractual delivery, 36 months. And this nobody in world has done, including material procurement. And today, in fact, L&T is targeting to complete it even faster. So one of the major contribution, I would say, when we are looking for accelerated growth of the nuclear program backed up by Government of India for COP26 2070 target, this is the need of the hour, and L&T obviously is there to support DAE and PCIL. Towards the end, I will also talk one of the major challenge which nuclear power is facing across the globe is not only the concerns of the public safety concerns, awareness, but it is the economic viability. Because the way renewables, cost of generating the power has come down drastically. And I think the time is not far off. With the battery storage technology, we'll have similar evolution, similar development. So once renewable with battery storage, unless and until nuclear sector makes the power generation economically viable, which can compete with renewable with battery storage, I think though public acceptance may be there, the capabilities may be there, I don't think nuclear plants will be set up across the globe. So commercial viability is a definitely need of the hour. A classic example is you see Enron. The project is there, but nobody is buying the power because the power is so expensive. Who is going to pay for it? So if the commercial viability is not there, it's a big question mark. L&T also contributed immensely to the largest fusion, nuclear fusion reactor at Cadarache, south of France, where all major countries like USA, Russia, China, Korea, Japan, and European Union, they are doing a second biggest joint collaborative research project where major contribution from L&T is actually again ahead of project schedule. In fact, the components, heaviest component delivered first across the globe were by L&T. In fact, the components had to wait for 2 years because the reactor building was not ready. And even now, we are idling there because others like what USA is supposed to complete, European Union, Japan, Korea, they will take 2 more years before they complete. After that, the last part of work L&T will be doing. L&T started heavy engineering, I'm talking, started at Powai, then we expanded at Hazira and then Vadodara. And these are the 3 main facilities. In fact, Hazira is the main manufacturing center. Vadodara basically does niche metallurgies like titanium, Monel, Inconel, stainless steel. Vadodara doesn't do any carbon steel, low alloy steel. So there is no mix-up. Entire factory only does exotic material. Powai, over a period of time, for lack of continuity of orders, is actually converted more into value-added services for shutdown of refineries, petrochemicals, fertilizer plants. We call it as modification, revamp, upgrade. And sometimes whenever NPCIL also needs these kind of services, we have been supporting them. And we have a special fabrication unit, which is basically having induction bending machine for the NSSS pipeline and various other special products. Hazira, in fact, undoubtedly is the biggest facility in the world and very modern. And in fact, from this facility, we are exporting. The ship directly comes to the plant. And even during COVID, we have been exporting. In fact, I'm also happy to share that we export reactors to China from Hazira. In fact, in the petrochemical, in the refinery, in the methanol plant, the reactors are made and they are shipped to China. So that's one of our destinations for export. We have all the accreditations, you name it. Any international accreditation is available with us, including the highest safety standards. This is our journey, which was started in late 50s. And from there, the latest, what I talked about, Haryana steam generator and shields, all delivered ahead of time, in record time, ITER project. And actually, we are in the reverse mode now because there is no work for nuclear. So we are converting nuclear facilities into refinery and hydrocarbon and defense, because actually there is no work for nuclear. This is steam generator track record. We have delivered totally 46 for PHWR, under execution 12, which again will be delivered 1 year ahead of contractual requirement. In addition to that, we also supplied fast breeder reactor, all 9 steam generators. And for the strategic program of ATVP, 3-number titanium steam generator, again delivered ahead of contractual delivery. L&T also contributed immensely the localization. Today it is called as Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, but L&T started it many years ago. In fact, today in country, the Incolai U-tubes are being manufactured in the country. They were first time developed with the help of Midhani, Sandvik, and NFC for both PHWR as well as 9-chrome-1 molecules for the fast breeder reactor by L&T. Mist extractor are being manufactured again in India, where L&T developed this capability. Forgings, anyway, well known. And today we have even qualified the forgings for the EPR program also for the pressurizer, and it is cleared through Framatome. Grid flats is another thing which we have qualified, developed the capabilities. Fasteners, Jange bolt, what we used to buy, they are developed now within India. And the latest design, fuel transfer equipment. This is a very complex design. L&T, out of the 4 plants which were ordered, have delivered 3. 1 is going to be delivered in September. This is one product which we could not deliver on time. They had many challenges for sourcing of material, development, and it was more, I would say, a R&D kind of project where both we as well as NPCL struggled. So this fuel transfer equipment we could not deliver on time. In addition to that, lattice tubes, high thickness stainless steel plates for end shields, alloy steel plate for steam generator shroud. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel is now manufacturing in India. SAC welding consumable, alloy steel consumable, multi-stage pumps, vacuum pumps, turbine shafts, blade, valves, and thrust and general bearing. The list is endless. In fact, I would say that today PHWR program, there is a maximum localization, and I would say L&T played a very major role in this. Going back to the history, when the Canadians had walked out, L&T developed that time tri-junction welding. Then subsequently, when the design was improvised to 540 megawatt bi-junction. So even L&T has played role in technology development. And when India, DAE, NPCL needed the L&T most, L&T has supported for that. In fact, L&T was put under sanctions late 90s because of L&T's association with nuclear sector. And almost for 10 years, we had to go through difficult time. These are various appreciation letters right through various NPCL topmost authorities, DAE topmost authorities. They have appreciated L&T's work. I'll not go through in the details. Enshield is another one where L&T has delivered 22. Half of what is required installed in India. And again here, the track record is on time. We have all the resources what are required. Currently, these resources are idling. Not a single Enshield is under manufacturing. Pressurizer, we have the only company in India who have manufactured pressurizers. 4 are delivered, 2 are under manufacturing. End fitting and other components. L&T entered late in this where NPCL wanted players like L&T. So L&T has done last 10 years, 2 numbers completed, 2 numbers are under manufacturing, and we are also doing EMCCR projects. Fast breeder reactor is another one where almost most critical components of the nuclear island are all supplied by L&T, including the site integration of these components. Steam generators of this is one of the most complex manufacturing and the metallurgy in terms of technology across the globe. L&T has again created benchmark, global benchmark in this. So this is for the DAE BRC. I talked about it, titanium steam generators, central shield structures, classified spherical vessel for conducting various tests, support tanks, and high pressure heat exchangers. For the strategic product, they are now under manufacturing. And this L&T effort is always appreciated by DAE. See, this was another thing where there was a call from NPCL at that time when Kakrapar reactors were required to be put under IAEA safeguard. And a lot of efforts were put by NPCL R&D to fix the leaks which were there. And it was actually not getting resolved. So when we were requested, we said that definitely we will try to support. And I'm happy that we successfully stopped all the leaks. That was in 2014 before these reactors were put under safeguard, and it is working satisfactorily without any leak thereafter. Forging, I already talked. This forging, in fact, has ran out of financial trouble now. And in fact, today, because there is no workload, as a result, in fact, it is continuously incurring losses for last few years. So actually, there is a question mark on survival of this facility. And this is one of the major challenges, what I say. When you invest, we all have responsibility to make use of it. If you invest and if there is no work, finally there is a financial loss. And capability-wise, this is one of the best capability. Their rejection rate today is less than 5%, which is unheard of in the forging industry across the globe. But at the end of it, because capacity utilization is only 10%, how can you survive 2,000 crore facility investment with 10% utilization? That's what is the reality. So we are the first company in India to get ASME N-Stamp certification. We are 3 times audited by US Nuclear Regulatory Commission. This is one of the toughest audit with not a single notice of violation. If you go to USNRC website and see, best of best companies in the world, they also have NOVs. L&T is 3 times audited, not a single NOV. First company in India to have exported class 1 nuclear components under stringent US NRC regulations and ASME Section 3. Strategic partner to all the foreign technology players. They have tie-up with us. And technology licenses, they have done assessment of our facilities and they have said they are best in class anywhere else in world. These are the products where we have exported to US on a regular basis. This export is going on. ITER, I already talked, so I'll not repeat. Actually, this is another interesting thing based on L&T's performance. Now, ITER International increasingly want to engage L&T for the work what European companies are struggling to complete. And more work is coming to L&T from ITER International. Okay. Though it is supposed to be ordered in their respective domestic agencies, but based on performance, they are actually ordering, they are qualifying L&T and giving more work to L&T. So the core vacuum vessel assembly work, which involves 7-axis robotic manufacturing, they have engaged L&T for this. So basically, in terms of Kudankulam, we had collaboration for supplying equipment for foreign technology nuclear power plant for the under Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. Jaitapur, again, we have a tie-up with EDF now. Kovada, we had understanding with Westinghouse, but right now their ownership had changed, so we will have to wait and see how it goes. I'll talk a little about our construction experience. See, 1970 maps 1 and 2, reactor building, reactor auxiliary building, and all other related structures. 1980, construction of reactor building, again auxiliary building, service water piping, electrical systems. RAPS 3-4, Tarapur 3-4. Then Kudankulam 1-2, Kakrapar 3-4, Kaiga 3-4, Kudankulam 3-4. We are doing a lot of work. And basically, what L&T is offering is a one-stop solution. Okay, which is the only company in India which has got end-to-end nuclear power plant construction capability. So I'll talk more about this Tarapur 3 and 4. Tarapur 3 and 4 was not ordered on EPC basis, but eventually it turned out like EPC. Out of 66 packages, almost 55 were won by L&T. And the results are seen by all of us. The plant was completed in record time of 60 months, fastest reactor ever built in India. Kudankulam 3-4. See, this is something new what NPCL R&D under Mr. S.F. Vora, they wanted to try modular construction. So obviously L&T construction supported prefabricated dome erection of prefabricated reactor building liner. Main plant civil works. Here are some of the photographs of that. Actually, I'll stop here. I'll not talk further on. I have anyway not covered L&T technology services. Earlier, L&T had welding consumables, the Schneider, what we sold, electrical business. I'm not going to talk on that. So I will stop here and I think I will draw your attention on challenges what nuclear industries are facing and what we can do and what we need to do. So first major challenge is delay in implementing of expansion plans. In fact, L&T's Hazira plant was built for primarily nuclear program. It was supposed to have 10 gigawatt by 2000. And the plant was constructed in 1985. Even today, after 2022 years, we are at 6.75 gigawatt. And in fact, L&T had a major challenge because the plant was built for such large equipment and there was no demand in the country. That is how L&T was forced to go to international market for the hydrocarbon, petrochemical. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss for L&T. Lack of continuity of nuclear work is always a challenge. Start, stop, start, stop. When that is there, retaining talent is a big problem because today's millennial, they are not interested in waiting. They want to see every year what they have delivered. Are they growing professionally in their career? They are not going to wait. So today, most of the youngsters, they don't want to work in nuclear because of this lack of continuity. Whereas nuclear needs the best talent pool. But our best talent pool do not want to work in nuclear because they are worried about their career. Real-time inspection coverage to suppliers is another major challenge. They're talking of delivering on time, early, accelerated growth. But the coverage, what is required, the industry works 6 days, NPC works 5 days. Industry works 24 hours, NPCQS works for 8 hours. Okay, now, see, it is not possible for industry to deliver if the customer is also not walking at the same speed. If that is not there, it's not going to happen. Only last week I was seeing now NPCIL has decided to do inspection, provide inspection coverage for imports, what we are doing for the raw material. Only 3 products, what we are procuring from Europe: reactor headers, bleed condenser, and fasteners of steam generator. The current speed at which NPCIL is providing the coverage, even if I assume one person is stationed dedicatedly in Europe, 4 years will be required for doing inspection. So how are you going to deliver in 2 years and 3 years? It is not going to happen. These are the ground realities. There is a need for standard quality assurance plan because we keep changing. If you change, time is lost. 700 megawatt classic fleet procurement. Ideally, there should be a standard quality assurance plan. Even 5 years ago, we said, but today, there is no standard quality assurance plan existing. And most of our suppliers, they say their clock will start after QA plan is approved. Till then, you don't talk of any delivery. Timely settlement of scope change claim. This is another important thing because I would say that if you are not settling, it is like again start stop because earlier the work used to proceed, but eventually the claims will get settled. Today the methodology changed. The methodology is it should be settled then and there itself. If it is there, then like foreign multinational customers, every quarter there is a settlement. Either it is approved or not approved. It is not happening. So in which case you will not have on-time deliveries. See, today if you see the current situation in India, nuclear power is important for government of India. They have said that they have taken a very clear decision to stop thermal power. And more thermal existing powers also will be stopped. Niti Aayog has taken that decision. And they are targeting by 2050, 25% of the total electricity generated should be from nuclear power, from current 3%. It's a mammoth task, and we all have a huge responsibility. Like I said, the future energy mix, I am seeing it in US, Europe, everywhere it is changing. It will come in India also. Renewables with battery storage and nuclear if it is economically viable. And that is what is a big question, what I have said. If it is not economically viable, I don't think government will agree in such a democratic country to set up the power plant, because who is going to buy it? So we need to have certain radical decisions. And I'm not saying only NPCL, only industry. It is even regulator is also involved in that. There has to be a program management approach to reduce cycle time and interest during construction, because that's one of the major costs in a nuclear power plant. Quality cum cost-based solutions. The government is doing procurement, but if you are not doing in a nuclear technology, which is the highest level of technological involvement, if you are not doing quality cum cost-based selection, then where else you will do? Today, we are participating in government tender where it is implemented, but not in nuclear technology. You should also see the life cycle support cost, which should be factored when you talk about Make in India, because there is always a counter view. When you do first time, the cost may be higher. Yes, it will be higher, but you should look at the life cycle cost. I have seen many of the plant operators in thermal, they bought Chinese equipment and they commissioned the plant. Within 2 years, they came running to us saying that they need a service support. And the original equipment manufactured, they said, send it back to their country. Nuclear is a 60 years. Once you start, it is 60 years. And it is not easy to stop the plant so easily. So we have to think. Finally, those who are there in the country and who are stable, whether you are going to take service support from them or you are going to take the service support from abroad. You have seen what has happened in last 1 month. Everybody is now talking of Atmanirbhar, self-reliance. Countries like Germany, Korea, everybody is suddenly increasing defense expenditure. Why? They realize there is no permanent friend. I should have my own capability. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. We need to also tap global pension funds. See, there was a problem to tap this for nuclear in past, because nuclear was not seen as a green initiative. But today, nuclear is seen, if not by all, a good part of countries as a good for humanity. Now, these global pension funds, we should make use of for using localization, qualification, so that in long term, it will be useful for the country and a nation as a whole. Ensure continuity for global productivity. This is seen. If you have continuity, it will have a hyperbolic curve, and constantly your cycle times will go down, quality will improve, cost will come down. ISRO, DRDO, they do that. If you have completion of work, immediately they release the order. It's not happening in nuclear. NPCL QS coverage, I already talked, I will not dwell again. Foreign technology is another important one. See, if you engage experienced suppliers instead of conventional L1 bid, you will have a good probability that you will localize. Okay. And we should go to more and more dependable and experienced manufacturers, especially for the new technologies. Avoid reinventing wheel and evaluate the life cycle cost. Now, these funds which are required for qualification, I said that already, the global pension funds today, they are looking at India as an opportunity for them good returns, because in many of their countries, even 2%, 3% is a good return. Whereas in our country, the cost of capital is more than 7-8%. In thermal, phase manufacturing program was implemented. Earlier, if you go back 15 years back, we did not have any manufacturer with the capability for supercritical thermal power plant. The government implemented this phase manufacturing program where there was a financial bid bond. And in the first order itself, you have to upfront declare each thermal power plant by plant, how much you will localize. And if you don't do it against the timeline, your financial bid bond will be forfeited. Today, you see, we have more than 5-6 countries. And yes, all the industries who wanted to invest, they have benefited. I don't know how many of you know, L&T has exported 1,000 megawatt turbine generator set from India to Japan, and not 1, 2 of them to Indonesia, to Vietnam. All this happened because of this phase manufacturing program. Otherwise, we will keep importing, we will keep having the operation service support problem. So if we emulate their success story, yes, even in ALWR, you will have the benefit of localization. So I will sum up. Government of India's strong support and vision, it exists. That will become reality if and only if NPCIL, AERB and industry, they all own up their respective responsibilities and jointly work towards the common goal. And if we don't do that, I have no doubt it will only remain as a shared dream. I will end here on this, but this is the reality. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was a very comprehensive presentation. You gave us the full spectrum of what L&T has been doing. You also gave us an impressive facilities that you have developed at L&T. But it was sad to note that nuclear fabrication facilities have to be converted to non-nuclear, and people also have to go. You also pointed out the difficulties that you have faced and you have given suggestions how we can improve in the future. Thank you very much. You deserve an applaud. Sir, do we have any questions? Yeah.
See, we are quite used to hearing the lectures on challenges from the DAE personnel, NPCIL personnel. So it is very fascinating to hear the challenges of the industry. So I am particularly now referring to, you said that as far as ITER is concerned, you have been able to deliver some of the components and you are even getting the orders, even from those partners who are from Europe actually. So obviously, you are in the race so far as the international market is concerned. Now coming back to the nuclear reactor part of it, see, you made a statement that our facilities are only 10% utilized. So it's a matter of great concern. On one hand, you are telling we are getting the order from Japan, I think Vietnam, and even US who said, still it is only 10%. And if so, do you feel that you overestimated so far as installing these facilities were concerned?
I think you are mixing up two issues. I talked of entire L&T spectrum. As far as the reactor manufacturing is concerned, that is not 10% utilization. That is converted to, I said, refinery, hydrocarbon, petrochemical, and the other businesses, fertilizer. So there we have converted nuclear base to these sectors. The forge shop which does only forgings, that is the one which is 10% utilization. Because in forge shop, there are no, see, like ITER doesn't have forging. It had 200 tick stainless steel forging, which are supplied by forge shop, which was 7 years back. Now it is all fabrication. So forge shop doesn't do fabrication. It does only forgings.
It's an excellent presentation. You have given both the positive and the negative sides of the kind of a big industry, how they can progress The important thing you said is that the industries are working 3 shifts, whereas we are working on 1 shift because the government of India. That means we have to change our method of working. That means reactors people may be working 3 shifts, but the people who are in respective office, who are the designers, they have to also work on 3 shifts. I think this is a good thing. I think this information should reach to the higher level so that we can think in terms of
but
that.
if you think it is not reached, it is actually given in writing. Okay, not now, few years back, when fleet was talked, it is not only 8 hours. The worker starts work at 7:15, whereas the inspection will start at 10 o'clock. Okay, so there is a loss of productivity. Even in that, see, because the QS will be in general shift. The workers work in 3 shifts.
Yeah, what you say, sir. This has been brought to the notice of some of the seniors in the department.
Yes. See, this is where I said that you can't run fast only with one wheel. It is both ways. Even our international customer, for example, if I have to give an example, right in COVID, German ThyssenKrupp ordered some reactors on us for supplying to China, 4 of them. The largest refiner in USA, Valero, they ordered 5 renewable diesel reactors, which is again coming in green. It is a different technology. But we had their access 24/7. Both were delivered ahead of time. So it cannot be one way.
Okay. See, what we could do, 1 minute, what we could do is, he's going to be there with us during the panel discussion, and we could take up the questions at that particular time. We are running, behind our schedule. There are 3 more presentations to be completed before we take lunch. So, Mr. Parab.
Thank you. In fact, I thought you were going to take questions in panel discussion.
Yeah, in fact, that was the plan, but please hold on. We would like to give you a memento.
On behalf of INS, we would like to felicitate Shri Anil V. Parab with the memento.
May I now invite Mr. N.M. Nadaf of Walchandnagar Industries.
I'm happy to introduce Shri N.M. Nadaf, retired Vice Admiral, and presently he is Advisor Nuclear Business, Walchandnagar Industries Limited. Shri N.M. Nadaf, AVSM, VSM, a mechanical engineer, was with Indian Navy during 1969 to 2007. He participated in 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War on a warship INS Frigate. As senior engineer, he has been engaged in design, engineering, development of systems, equipment, and total nuclear power plant for submarine application. Setting land-based station to test such plant at Kalpakkam, Tamil Nadu as project manager. He was involved in construction of first Indian nuclear submarine INS Arihant as project manager, project director, and program director. He also served in Naval Dockyard, Mumbai as assistant manager, diesel workshop as DGM, resource planning, and as ASD Naval Dockyard, Vizag. Presently, he is advisor, nuclear business, Walchandnagar Industries Limited. So, requesting Shri N.M. Nadaf to deliver the speech on technical and business relationship with DAE.
Thank you very much. Respected Dr. Chidambaram, sir. Mr. Mehta, sir, Bharadwaj, and my senior colleagues and friends from BARC and NPCI. I must, in the beginning, say that I am a 16 batch training school pass out, and I worked in BARC for a very long time. So today, what I give a credit to the Department of Atomic Energy for the knowledge and information which I learned from these organizations. So thank you very much. Coming down to the present subject, I would be talking about the background of Walchandnagar Industries, initial challenges of DAE, and how we could support DAE, equipment supplied to DAE by us, and DAE's present overall plan for the nuclear power production. WIL added certain resources to help making these realities, business relations with DAE, and conclusion. Little background. Seth Walchand Hirachand, a visionary industrialist, patriot, and our founder, he had set up around 60 various companies. The notable among them is the Walchandnagar Industries Limited, which is at Pune, near Baramati, which is a heavy engineering company. It does project executions and high technological manufacturing. Walchand had set up Hindustan Shipyard, a pioneer in shipbuilding industry. It continues to work very efficiently as a government organization now. Hindustan Aircraft Company, HAL, pioneer in aircraft manufacturing. Premier Automobiles Limited, the Fiat car, which many of us have driven. The Hindustan Construction Company, the major industrial large-scale construction company. Scindia Steam Navigation Company, the maritime shipping, when Britishers were not wanting us to do any shipping. The current business areas are primarily EPC, turnkey, high-tech manufacturing and engineering products. And our focus currently is on the defense, aerospace, missiles, and nuclear. A snapshot of the nuclear capabilities. The experience is more than 5 decades of the supply of the critical nuclear equipment to almost all the projects of DAE. Human skills, about 100 plus engineers, 500 plus skilled workmen guided by the experienced nuclear engineers. Manufacturing facilities, proven fabrication, machining, welding, quality assurance with the periodic upgrades in the required critical facilities. Ample space availability, about 7,000 square meters plus area under the crane, and 15,000 square meters open space for expansion. At Dahej, we have 56 acres of a land with about 550 long waterfront available, and we had a plan to set up another workshop there. Quality assurance as per the various national, international codes and standards with the resident engineers from DAE. The quality assurance practice are almost also approved by EDF Rosatom. The Department of Atomic Energy has this vision of Dr. Baba, 3-stage program, which all of us are aware of. And to fulfill this vision, DAE needed good, supportive, skillful, experienced industrial partners. So industries like Walchandnagar Industries, Larsen and Toubro, Godrej, etc. came forward and participated in all endeavors of DAE. In turn, Department of Atomic Energy and its units provided sharing of domain knowledge and technical expertise, supply of critical raw materials such as free issue materials, because those days it was not easy to procure by the private sector industry to get the materials from abroad, critical materials. And it was a bulk procurement requirement. Minimum order quantities were high and the individual orders were requiring lesser material. So it was very wise decision those days by the Department of Atomic Energy to procure in bulk and then supply as a free issue material. It helped in financial management as well. The favorable payment terms to enable proper cash flow and minimum borrowing from the banks. This unfortunately is not the case today, and we have to depend a lot on the banks whose interest rates are very high, but ultimately Department of Atomic Energy has to pay for this, and therefore the project costs are also increasing. Posting nuclear experts at the suppliers' works to enable 24/7 availability of expertise. This was a very good thing, and as Anil had just projected, they were available in all the shifts those days and even now today in many cases, and therefore inspection on time was possible and is possible now. The joint development work, finding solutions to the problems, tests and trials together, had produced good results wherever the equipment for the first time being delivered. The supplier is treated as a partner. This is also very important because it makes a team very, very bonded together, and you feel that you own the equipment. This has helped in building of a confidence between the DAE and the suppliers, and the maturity of the industry rose and the ability to take bigger challenges came about. So at that time, in 70s, we had produced the air-cooled thermal shields, about 350 in 1971, dump tank for the PHWRs, 220 megawatts of reactors, and the online fueling machine for the first time in 1973. The notable story of our collaborative arrangement with Hispano-Suiza, France, for the sodium coolant pumps for FBTR Kalpakam, and with the contract, we had arranged to get the technical training for the WL team and the resident overseer in the workshop. Mr. S.K. Ghosh was the person who was involved in this. Unfortunately, he is not here at the moment. He worked with us for a long time. And the manufacture and supply of the 5 pumps to FBTR, which are still operating satisfactorily. And this is again confirmed by Director IGCAR recently in the last day before yesterday. Repeatedly, he praised for the quality of work which has been delivered. So the equipment supplied for the research reactors of BARC and IGCAR, it related to the RRC, those days, Research Reactor Center, Kalpakam, the primary and secondary sodium coolant pump, etc. The list is here in front of you. We have supplied to the ROA reactors. Then car projects, a large number of vessels have been supplied, smaller vessels, and tanks also. And PTC Kalpakam PRP reactor. For that also, the important equipment such as the shield tank, shielding structure, that is central shielding structure, and number of heat exchangers we have supplied. Now for 220 and 500 megawatts of reactors, we have also supplied a large number of equipment, dump tanks, water-cooled thermal shields, air-cooled thermal shields, shielded rings, then end shields, four of them, fueling machines, calendrias. We have supplied 11 calendrias to the various reactors, and we continue to do this work very expert forum. Fuel magazines and shuttle stations, etc. For Kaiga moderated heat exchangers, those days in 1995, then water accumulators, distillation columns for the RAPP2 and MAPP1. Again, a calendar year for 500 megawatts of reactor 2 in numbers, reactor building structures in cell pressure vessels. And recently we have supplied 50 hairpin heat exchangers. And this work was very much appreciated by NPCIL because we could supply much in ahead of our competitors. This is KPP 3 and 4, the moderator heat exchangers, and RAPP 7 and 8, moderator heat exchangers, calendar year for KPP 3. And we are just in the last week, we get an idea, information that we are listed as L1 for the bids for the 4 calendar years and 16 PhD headers. So we hope that we get this order and we can execute this. These are some of the pictures of the work which we have done. Calendar year for 700 megawatts, end shields 220, and moderator heat exchangers for 700 megawatts. We have also done the work for this 9-meter diameter spherical vessel for BRC. This is designed for 70 bars pressure, 85 millimeter thick low alloy steel, and designed as per the ASME section 8. Total weight is about 245 tons. For 500 fast breeder reactor, we have supplied core catcher, core support structure, 5 in numbers intermediate heat exchangers, 2 in numbers sodium to air heat exchangers with molybdenum 9 chrome moly. This material is a bit difficult to handle. It generates cracks after some time, and extreme care has to be taken during the manufacturing of this, and post-weld heat treatment also is required. We have done this successfully. Decade exchangers, 2 in numbers. Some of these pictures are here: core catcher, core support structure, auxiliary heat exchangers, and intermediate heat exchangers. For the submarine reactor, we have also supplied number of equipment, both for PTC Kalpakam as well as the INS Arihant and following reactors. The important thing is about the integration of the reactor in the shield tank of the various equipment components, which ultimately becomes about 350 tons weight, and then sliding in this particular assembly into submarine hull. This all work we have done it very successfully. Submarine has operated for a long time now, and the quality of the work has been proven. We have done also certain EPC projects, waste management plant at 540 megawatts of Tarapur, spent fuel storage facility at BRC Kalpakam, core catcher, core support structure installation, etc. Waste tanks from form is at Mumbai, and the sodium piping for 500 megawatts fast breeder reactor. This is a very large work, and when the work was available to us or given to us, at that time there was considerable amount of balance of engineering work which was required to be done, which we all did it, and very satisfactorily, and things are getting commissioned slowly now. Now, we all have seen last 2-3 days, a lot of projections, both in PHWRs, imported reactors, new development of reactors, HWRs, 800 megawatts of PWR, then front and rear end fuel cycle management, waste management, all these challenges are now in front of us. Now, this plan will definitely call for upgradation in skills, infrastructure capabilities, And almost all industrial partners have upgraded to meet these new requirements. Of course, we have stories of investing and not getting the job. But I think we still have taken a chance. And what we have added to meet this particular requirement is, first thing is the design engineering of the equipment and systems for the nuclear power plants. We have done complete design engineering of moderator heat exchanger for 700 megawatts of reactor. And this has been successfully done, and 8 of these heat exchangers have been delivered. We have done, as I mentioned, the balance of engineering work of sodium cooling system. It is a long list, and the major work was design of some of the heat exchangers, pressure vessels, complete piping heating system, shielding system, seismic analysis of all equipment and suggestions to strengthen them, all instrumentation on the piping, thermal insulation, etc. So we did this work as a part of our responsibility, although it was not mentioned in the work contract. Then we have done the complete design engineering work of 1 meter diameter pressure vessel with a quick opening door. The vessel is designed for 235 bar. I will show you a picture of this. This is a very tough task because making 1 meter diameter vessel with about 65 millimeter thick plate, and that to a kind of a different material, not a conventional material, is not an easy task. And making the quick opening door also, we have made in such a way that even with the finger one can open and close this particular door and lock it as required. So we got a extremely good pleasure to undertake the design and manufacturing and supply of this particular vessel. And the vessel got tested for the first time right. There was no leakage and it was accepted. We have done this complete design and engineering of the core access house, which is required to be installed onto the submarine hull during refueling operation. Then we have completed design engineering for the dummy shielded tank flask for the simulation of handling of the spent fuel at 500 megawatts of fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam. I'll show you some picture of this. Then design analysis of 700 megawatts of steam generator and getting acceptance of NPCI for capability demonstration of WIL. Unfortunately, we lost this order by a very, very narrow margin of finance. Design of jigs and fixtures required for the execution of nuclear work awarded to WIL, root cause analysis and concept design, etc. So this group has done a good work. These are some of the pictures. First is the moderator heat exchanger, the dummy shielded flask, 75 tons of for the fast breeder reactor, and this is 1 meter vessel, thick vessel for experimentation in BARC. Awareness of RCCM and Russian codes for qualification work done. Since we are going to get the reactors from these Russian and French sources, we have invested into a RCCM code, understanding it and implementing this in the design engineering. We have undertaken with the AREVA earlier, the design engineering, reverse engineering of various heat exchangers, pressure vessels, etc., and including the pressurizer, which is a class 1 component. And these design reports were sent to them, and they were sent back to France for getting ratified, and we got it qualified for undertaking. So they sent the team of the engineers, design engineers, the quality assurance people and the manufacturing people to visit our factory, and they certified that we can be one of the major suppliers for the equipment in all the 3 classes of the reactor. A similar exercise has been done for the Kudam type of VVR 1000 megawatts of reactors. And we have been constantly in touch with the Rosatom people. We have a great interactions with Rosatom, Atom Energo Marsh, Atom Marsh Export. These are organizations who are supplying equipment both in their public sector, private sector, and we had in fact signed a joint venture kind of a organization for manufacturing of PVR 1000 megawatts of reactors. Unfortunately, that remained as a dream, and because the intergovernmental agreement for indigenization of the 1000 megawatts reactor components didn't come through, and therefore all our efforts were just nullified. Okay, so we have handled large types of materials and experience in all critical exotic materials. We have got this, and we continue to do this on a large scale. We also improved our laboratory testing laboratory, because for many of the items we had to go to Pune or to Bombay for undertaking the test of the material, and that used to hamper our progress of work and its cost. So therefore, we decided to have NABL accreditation for our laboratory, and we put in a great amount of effort, inducted large number of equipment, etc., for undertaking the test at Walchanagar itself, and that has helped us a lot. So these are the machines newly inducted. We have also invested in dual spindle deep hole drilling machine, which is now capable of drilling up to 1000 millimeter, and from 7 millimeter to 25 millimeters in one case gun drills, and BTA about 10 millimeters to 50 millimeters. So this was with the planning that we will get an order for steam generator, moderated heat exchangers, heavy water heat exchangers, etc. It is remaining idle for last 1 year, 1.5 years now. We hope that we will get some orders. We have invested one more nuclear clean room, and this is fairly big. This is utilized for hairpin heat exchangers for 50, which we have manufactured, and it has been a very good facility for us. With it's about 1 lakh class, grade 8, as per the ISO 14644. Temperature control 24 plus minus 2 degrees, and humidity control not more than 60%, and 15 air changes per hour. So this is a good facility. We have also invested in strip cladding machine for the old weld overlay. This is a useful machine for many applications, so this is a good facility. We have improved, completely changed our old furnace, and it is planned. I mean, it is with the view that any jobs up to 100 ton metric ton, this can be undertaken. The heat treatment here up to about 750 degrees centigrade plus minus 5 degrees centigrade. This is capable with the jobs up to about 13 meters long, 5 meters by 5 meters. So this is continuously under utilization for many other applications. Now, business relations with DAE have been very, very cordial. Both the parties understand each other's difficulties and try to resolve them amicably. Considerable discussions took place during the resolution of issues of unlimited liability to the suppliers as the new Atomic Energy Act. However, the issues is resolved at the suppliers, and supplies have resumed. The suppliers feel the pinch of the revised payment terms by DAE, where the cash flow problems to the suppliers arise, the bank loans and the costs arise. The issue is under discussion, and hopefully some reasonable solution will emerge. We have to go to the banks for getting, because now the payment terms are 90% against the delivery. So that pinches us because we have to invest a lot of money and then we have to borrow it from banks, etc. And this cost is very critical because the cost of the finance itself will drive us out, bring it to us to L2 or L3 levels in many of the items, and we lose the job. And obviously NPCL also loses the expert contractor or expert industrial partner. So in nutshell, the interactions have been very fruitful over the decades. Cooperation has taken India forward to the path of self-reliance, and India has achieved a new milestones every year. Industry is strongly behind DAE and will do whatever is required by DAE. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Snoda. It has been suggested that we take up the questions during the panel discussion. But before you go, on behalf of INS, we would like to give. We now will have the next presentation by Dr. Rajshekhar Malu of the TCE, Tata Consulting Engineers.
It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Rajshekhar Malu, Dr. Raj. Dr. Raj is based in Bengaluru and heads the Power Business and Tata Consulting Engineers, TCE. In this role, he is responsible for sustainable growth and P&L of the Power Business Unit, covering both generation, and nuclear, hydro, renewable, and thermal, and transmission and distribution. Dr. Raj is passionate about energy transition and is leading the business along those lines. Dr. Raj has been a working engineer for India's first 500 megawatt PHWR, Tarapur Unit 3 and 4, way back in 1990s. Further, his team has been involved with several nuclear projects, including the first 700 megawatt PHWR, Kakrapar 3-4. The team has just completed engineering from GHVP 1 and 2 and is looking forward to start the engineering for Kaiga 5 and 6. Dr. Raj was with a PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Dr. Malur has more than 25 years of experience in product and plant engineering in power industry. Requesting Dr. Rajshekhar Malu to deliver the speech on TCE's role in Indian nuclear program.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction, and I thank INS for having me here. It's a privilege to talk in front of such educated, esteemed audience. And I will not talk only on the TCE's role in today's talk. What I will like to do is, okay. So we will talk about energy transition a little bit, and then we will discuss on what we have been doing and what is the path ahead from our perspective in this sector. Before getting into energy transition, let me just very briefly talk about what is happening in Tata Consulting Engineers. I don't think Tata Group needs any introduction. We have 150 plus years of heritage, and the Tata Consulting Engineers is a fully owned subsidiary of the Tata Group. We are celebrating our Diamond Jubilee this year. And Tata Consulting Engineers started with the power business, and nuclear business is a part of the power business. We will talk about power a little while later. The other sectors that we are in is resources. We have hydrocarbons and chemicals business. We're into oil and gas refineries, food, pharma, cement, fertilizer, specialty chemicals, and so on and so forth. Mining and metallurgy, both ferrous and non-ferrous, copper, aluminum, and zinc. We do mine planning, mine beneficiation, material handling, and the metallurgical units from an engineering perspective. In infrastructure, we have a very strong presence in water and wastewater, sustainability, smart cities, urban development, planning, highways, road, metros, high-speed rail, and so on. We have the horizontal as the project management, which caters to the requirements of all these verticals. And digital and advanced technologies is our latest entry from a sectorial perspective. And they serve all the verticals by providing digitalization solutions. Some of the key projects that are undergoing is we just completed a zinc smelter in South Africa. We have started a copper smelter in Indonesia. In infra, the National High Speed Rail Corporation, you're all aware of the Mumbai Ahmedabad project is one that our teams are involved with. The Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, the Central Vista, and so on and so forth. From a power perspective, 1 in 3 light bulbs in India gets its power from generation asset or a T&D asset that is engineered by TCE. This business has been in operation for the last 60 years and so has a very good pedigree. And in nuclear, almost 80% of the nuclear plants in India is something that we have touched in some way or the other from an engineering perspective. And green power, there is a lot of focus from an energy transition perspective on, as Mr. Purab told, energy storage. So there is a lot of focus on pump storage other than the battery storage. And so we have close to 25 gigawatts of hydro experience and another 20 gigawatts of renewable experience, onshore, offshore wind, and solar, floating solar, as well as ground-mounted solar. Thermal, we are present across the sectors, close to 150 gigawatts, and in transmission and distribution, about 8,000 kilometers of transmission lines up to 765 kV, and also 150 plus substations, both air insulated and gas insulated switchyards. From new areas, digital, as we discussed, we have digital solutions for sweating the asset. And we are also involved with green hydrogen projects currently. Let me start with energy transition. Despite the COVID in 2020, posing that serious challenge, I think we're all back on track. IMF predicts, it's already over. It's close to 5.5 to 6.6% is what the economies have grown. But what is important is even during this COVID year, renewables grew to its largest capacity installation in 2020. And what is projected is from a 26% in 2018, the generated electricity is going to be about 78% in 2050, and nuclear is about 5 to 6%. This is one of the scenarios of several such studies that have been done. And another from IRENA, International Renewable Network, the projections are more or less the same. From a capacity perspective, it will still be 5 to 6%. 83% of the capacity additions happening in 2020 was from renewables. And for the first time, the total green and clean power, which includes nuclear, while renewable touched 30% of the generated electricity, and add to that nuclear, this 40%, and they overtook the coal-fired electricity globally for the first time in 2021. Now, I told you about 256 gigawatts of renewable power being installed. And if you look at nuclear, there was 6 gigawatt added, 5.4 gigawatt retired, and a net 415 megawatts added globally. So that in a nutshell sums up the challenge that the sector actually has. And if we stick to current way of operation, by 2040, if we have to achieve globally 1.5 degrees by 2050, then by 2040, it is estimated that about 150 gigawatt shortfall will be there in nuclear. And that will only increase, further towards 2050. And from a nuclear perspective, so far about 60 gigatons equivalent of CO2 emissions have been reduced, and which is actually more than 2 years of total CO2 emissions that one can think of over the years, right? So the benefits are there, but the challenges, as Mr. Purab also told, is multifold, not only from a cost perspective, more from implementation perspective as well. And volumes will bring the scale of the cost down maybe, but it's a real challenge that he highlighted, and I also very much agree with what was stated. Coming to our role, Dr. Setna was our first chairman. So the association started from then itself. And it's not moving. Yeah, so from cycle chain, if you look at the overall cycle, we are present not only in the power generation, we are present in the fuel processing, we've had work in the waste management facilities. We are also providing work for the operating nuclear plants. And if you start with the generation, except for the core reactor systems, to a certain extent, we are present in almost all the remaining systems. And what we understand is the class 1 piping is something that we will get involved in Kaiga. So that is possibly the first time NPCL has also thought about giving that work to us. Other than rest of the things, we have been continuously involved. The first indigenous 220 megawatts maps, this is not L&T, this is TCE, I want to say, because the slide is more or less the same. So the first indigenous 220 megawatt, the first 500 megawatt, the first 700 megawatt is all what TCE has been involved with. And the 700 fleet reactors we have done in an integrated 3D engineering. Lot of good work has happened. My own first project in Tata Consulting Engineers way back in 1994 was TAP 3 and 4. Every drawing of turbine building as well as CW system has my signature. And it's very proud to be associated and doing this project. But we are not making any money out of working in nuclear. It is only a part of our nation building activity as Tata Group. The FBR, we are involved in that. We've been involved in that. ITER, again, we are involved in providing both on-site as well as offshore work that is happening here. And when there were challenges after the sanctions, Cadmatic was the software that is used, and the company that was doing collapsed actually, and for whatever reasons, and NPCL asked us to take over. We absorbed those 150 engineers and built a very strong team in 3D integrated engineering over the years. So we have been working with NPCL since 1968, and we have made forays through Rupur in Bangladesh, where we are doing review engineering as well as some site support. But this will only increase our international foray going forward. Nuclear is today more or less 100% domestic, whereas from a power business perspective, 70% of my business is from outside India. So we are awaiting KAIGA. The bid was submitted in February 2020. The negotiations have been completed. We will hopefully get the engineering order sometime in April. Other than the power generation, if we have also worked on the spent fuel reprocessing facilities, fuel fabrication facilities, waste management and waste storage. So we have been working with the BARC, NFC, NRB, Heavy Water Board as well, and the country's first and the largest FRFCF was also a very good involvement from TCE. We wanted to get involved in the project management at site also, which we could not do. But I think going forward, NPCL will definitely have to do that if the scale of the dreams have to be achieved. From an operating plant perspective, it has been mostly on the seismic margin assessments, Narora, Kakrapara, and also the speaker from AERB was talking about owning up the design. So actually it is happening even for VVER. We are doing some of the modeling, design verifications and seismic margin assessments, and that's how you build somebody here to get this competency in imported reactors space. And similarly, seismic margin assessments for the test facilities for IGCAR is also something that we are doing from an operating plant perspective. Going beyond that, for some of the old plants, what we can possibly do is also to create digital assets. What we do, one of the services that we do is laser scanning of an asset, and then using those cloud data points to build a dumb 3D model and then build intelligence into it, convert it to an intelligent PNID, and make a whole model intelligent, which you can actually upkeep going forward for better maintenance of the facility itself. So such work needs to be planned as well, other than probabilistic safety assessments. My own PhD program was using the data from Nuclear Regulatory Commission on a 1/6 scale containment model, which was tested to failure in Sandia National Labs. And that was the basis for my PhD thesis in reliability. And so a lot of developments can happen in these areas, and we have the capability. The only thing we have not done is on the involvement in decommissioning. And actually we have set up a task force to look into that subject right now. From other than this, which is about system engineering, we also have contributed to the product engineering. This is a self-elevating platform which has to take out some of the contaminated parts. The one on the right is a fueling machine. It can go in 3 different directions. It can go down, take out the fueling rods, and then insert new spent fuel can be taken out, and new fuel can be inserted. So this can actually traverse across the 3 directions. The basic machine design is done by us, and we have provided support in terms of the fabrication through a third party, and taken care of that. The airlocks, both the personal airlocks and emergency airlocks for the first breeder is something that we have contributed purely from an engineering perspective. And even in IGCAR for the FRFCF, this is for what you call as an automated material transfer. Using in those glow box, you have to again see how the material can be fed and removed, and that is what are some of these facilities. And now going forward, how are we getting ourselves set? And if you see the reactor count, the growth of this reactor count, you can hardly see any difference over the last couple of decades. And from a CO2 equivalent perspective, if nuclear is here, and you look at some of the so-called, green power, where it is. From a material perspective, nuclear is here, and these are the green power. from a land requirement perspective, and this is what is nuclear. So the benefits are there, but the challenge, as was told earlier, hopefully the scale will bring that challenge also to a reasonable level. And if you really look at the projections, these are all various studies that talk about 1.5 degrees by 2050. And more or less everybody talks about 5 to 6%. And we are at 2% currently. And let's see where we go by 2030 or 2050. But the maximum projection from the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change also puts it for various scenarios between 15 to 19%. The projections for India has been 2 to 3%. This one is the latest from a combined study from Shell and TERI. 2025, if we add Gorakhpur, Haryana, KAPP and RAPP, will still be at 2%. And so it is really a tough ask to talk about something that is very big. And hopefully even for this, from the statements that have been made and the plans that have been made, we really hope that the money will actually also come into the sector through proper budgetary allocations. So I don't have to speak on this slide because all of you are aware of this, the fleet story as well as the bulk story from a LWR perspective. The stage 2 and stage 3, we are eagerly waiting for some progress. I'm sure progress is happening, but then if really this nuclear has to play a big role in climate change, then I think we need to speed up certainly. And added to that, not only from this perspective, but also the necessary other infrastructure perspective, as well as going forward in aging management and periodic safety assessments. We are working on the EPRs with EDF. Already we have completed the design codes comparison. We have completed the safety regulations comparison. We have completed the technical specification comparison between India and what is in Europe. And we are partnering with EDF in this story, along with some of the turbine suppliers. 60 of my engineers are in France working with the ITER team there, and a lot of work is also offloaded here, and a team is working here in India completely on ITER on heat sinks and piping system qualifications, again E3D and CATIA, high energy line break studies and platforms in the tokamak building complex. This is another area, considering the cost, this may never happen. This hydrogen has all colors of rainbow. But the first commercial deal is already signed in Sweden, and it will, don't know how many years it will take. But what I wanted to tell you here is that except for the green and pink that is involved, from a hydrogen story perspective, we are working on 2 large projects, one a 4 gigawatt peak renewable, getting converted into green hydrogen, which will be used to transport about 20,000 buses in Saudi Arabia. We are working with the developer there. We are also working with one of the Indian developers in Oman in the Duqm refinery area, where a 3,300 TPD of hydrogen, green ammonia basically, is being developed. We are the detail engineering. The kickoff meeting is actually on Monday. We are also doing the Asia's first hydrogen refueling station in Ladakh for Amar Raja batteries, who won the deal from NTPC. To conclude, the focus also, we've talked big terms on nuclear and energy transition and all. If all of us can work towards creating what I call as a self-sufficient communities, energy neutral communities, it will also do a lot of good. the nuclear plants per se, has a lot of land. Somebody talked about why 1.5 kilometers has come to 1 kilometer. Can we reduce it? So can we innovatively use those lands for green power? All water reservoirs can we put floating solar? All the campuses of Department of Atomic Energy, can it become self-sustaining in terms of energy? Can it be a smart and self-sustaining energy neutral campus through innovative usage of solar power is also something from a overall transition perspective, somebody should be looking into. And with that, I think I will conclude my talk. I just wanted to show you one slide again. This is not moving. Okay. So this is Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and they produce 5 megawatt peak is already installed and another 4 megawatt is planned. And we are not talking gigawatts here, but if all of us can be self-sustaining in terms of energy, then I think green power and energy transition will build a good story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashif. Yeah. Excellent presentation. And there will be questions, but we will take it up during the panel discussion.
Sure.
We would like to present a moment.
On behalf of INS, we would like to felicitate Dr. Rajshekhar Malur with the memento. Thank you, sir.
So we now take up the last presentation by Shri Ram Babu of ECIL. Mr. Ram Babu. Next.
I'm happy to introduce Shri Nuni Ram Babu. Shri Nuni Ram Babu is currently working as Executive Director Nuclear with the Electronic Corporation of India Limited, Hyderabad. Prior to joining ECIL, he worked with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited for nearly 3 decades in various positions after joining as graduate engineer trainee. He was instrumental in achieving first approach to criticality of TAPP4 in record time, less than 5 years. He also worked at KGS, NPCL headquarters, Hyderabad 3-4. He is conferred with the NPCL High Performance Awards for the years 2007 and 2017. He is a graduate in electronics engineering from Bengaluru University. Requesting Shri Nuni Ram Babu to deliver the speech on role of ECIL in Indian nuclear energy towards green energy.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon to Chande Saab and Bhardwaj Saab and all other dignitaries and the participants in this forum. So today I'm going to talk little about what is ECIL has played a role in DAE. It is being DAE organization. We are right from the inception of the nuclear program. We are there in all stages of the nuclear plants. So if you see that right from Rajasthan 1 and 2, we are supporting NPCIL. When the technology was denied to RAPS 2, ECIL made our own systems with the support of BRC and other DA units. Sir, you are aware that control and instrumentation system is the nervous to any of the plant. It will not only support the safe operation, and it is also a useful tool for reliable power generation. And not only that, it contributes, ECIL is supporting and contributing the physical production. Apart from physical production, now the cyber security is picking up, and where we are now contributing to cyber security also. So coming to that, sir, if you see that the picture of this slide, we are in all the reactors. Our control systems are there in all the Indian nuclear reactors. And for KKNPP2 also, we have supported in erection and commissioning of 1 and 2. And now 3 and 4, we are supplying radiation detection equipments equivalent to Russian standards. So coming to the genesis, you are all aware that our founder chairman was Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, and our founder managing director was Dr. A.S. Rao. Under his leadership, ECL was established in 1967 on 11th April. Shortly, we are going to celebrate 55th anniversary. With that mandate of supporting Indian nuclear program, ECL was formed, and now we are focusing on meeting control and instrumentation requirements in a total manner. We have played a pioneer role in professional electronics by delivering many indigenous solutions to all the nuclear plants. And ECL is widely known as the first of kind systems. We have developed a lot many systems right from the ECTV, mainframe computers, election voting machines to today's, even for the pandemic, we have developed the certain equipments for monitoring of the health remotely. So it is a Schedule A CPSC and supported India's nuclear program during the years of technology denials and embargoes after the Pokhran test. With the self-reliance as guiding beacon, pioneered several products and technologies. And the day one, it is a profit-making company with an average turnover of 1,500 crores. Sir, we are supporting defense in all the three sectors. Security, we are providing security not only to the nuclear power plants, to the parliament, central Vistar also we are supporting. We have installed our security systems to PM's house, Rashtrapati Bhavan, Supreme Court, everywhere we have installed our security systems. And entire Delhi CCTV system is installed and maintained by ECIL. So apart from this, in Indian programs, we are participating in international mega science programs like CERN, ITER, FAIR, and Fermilab. ITER and FAIR, we are regularly supplying high, ultra-stable, high-power power converters. Almost in FAIR, we have sent around 300 power supplies till today, and another 500 more we are going to supply. Sir, ECL supported Indian nuclear energy program right from the inception. This picture shows the complete role and responsibility of ECIL. We are supporting right from the mining, milling, from there to enrichment. We are supporting fuel fabrication, NFC. We are supporting heavy water project. We are with NPCIL, and also we are supplying C&I systems to fuel reprocessing plants at Tarapur and Kalpakam. So this indicates that we are everywhere. Sir, in fact, if you see that the logo of ECL or DAE, atoms in the service of the nation, the same way I would like to say that ECL in the service of DAE. Sir, coming to the type of reactors, sir, our involvement is there in all types of reactors. We are in PHWR, fast breeder reactors, light water reactors, and compact light water reactors used for the defense applications. And these are the areas where we are contributing immensely, and I will explain in details further. Sir, a typical control system, everybody knows that, just I am briefing that. Right from the field sensor at the bottom, field instrumentation, we are manufacturing of all the radiation detectors, and certain instruments, of course, we are outsourcing. Other than that, we are doing more or less indigenously, we are developing all the instruments. Then it will go to the control equipment room, where the control systems are there. Then final to the operator, and for the operator control, it will be displayed in the control room. Sir, we talk about nowadays Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is a true Atmanirbhar Bharat, that ECL is manufacturing all these type of detectors. in-house. We are totally in-house and without depending on anyone, we are manufacturing these detectors. These high temperature fusion counters were nowhere available for PFBR. That detector has to work at more than 500 degrees centigrade, which we could not get anywhere, including France. Then with the support of BRC, the detector is developed in ECL, and now we have supplied these detectors to PFBR reactor. So there was indigenous efforts were made when the technology was denied. I remember in Tarapur 3 and 4, these BF3 counters were brought illegally, I can say that. It was brought from outside, but now we have established in-house facility to make the BF3 counters. And similarly, the miniature fusion counters. If you see that, after the Pokhran first, GE has denied to give any equipment to TAPS 1 and 2. ECL made this detector indigenously with 1-to-1 ratio form fit factor, and with the same kind of characteristics we have developed. Now Tarapur 1 and 2, since then Tarapur 1 and 2 is using these detectors. Similarly, SPND is also we have developed, but we have taken initially the QOT from French company. Then subsequently for Inconel SPND, we ourselves we have developed our own technology. Sir, these are the various kind of nuclear monitoring monitors we have developed. Their samples I have shown. There are actually 14, 15 varieties are available. Just I want to narrate a small event on hand and food contamination monitor. They are so accurate and so highly sensitive that one of the visitors, I think Bharadwaj can remember that one parliamentary committee came to Tarapur, and we took all of the MPs to inside the reactor building. And while coming out, one of the MP found radiation was found on his body. Then everybody was in panic. That day, actually, the CMD was there, Parliament committee was there, chairman, AC chairman was there. Everywhere we are finding, we have become panic because contamination of a MP means it is not a small issue. Our gate was not allowing, this hand and food contamination monitor was not allowing him to go out. It is not opening the gate. We were somehow bypassed and took him out. I was taking the responsibility of the MP. When we inquired, he told that there was a test conducted on him in AIMS for checking the blocks. They have injected some radiation source inside his body. And because of that, the instrument was not allowing him to go out. This was a learned that since then, whenever a person, any visitor is coming, before he is entering into the operating element, we are checking him, any contamination is on his body or not. This was just I'm narrating that how sensitive our instruments are. So these are our another flagship equipments. This blue one, limb monitor, you might have seen in the exit of the airports. I think all of you, some of you might have noticed this. This will monitor the any illicit movement of the radioactive material coming inside the India. These are installed across all the international airports and seaports. And other yellow ones are the vehicle monitors. If any vehicle is carrying any illicit material, then immediately alarm will go to the control room. It will snap, it will take a picture of the vehicle number, everything, and send it to the control room so that they can stop the vehicle and they can check further. Sir, this is with the help of DRC. We have developed this from the physics division. This hydrogen stream concentration monitoring system we have developed. After the Pokhran event, after that Fukushima event, monitoring of hydrogen inside the reactor is a mandatory. So as such, we do not have technology. Now with the help of BRC, the system is indigenously developed in ECL. We have developed and supplied 2 systems to CAPS 3 and 4, and further Rajasthan 7-8 also we are supplying. And further, on all the operating plants, we will install this system. And the next one, passive catalytic recombiner device, PCRD, which is also a BRC supported system, which kills the hydrogen inside the reactor building. This we have supplied to all the working present reactors in NPCIL. So coming to the programmable logic controller, it is one of the another feather in our ECIL cap. With the help of BRC, we have developed this PLC system. Initially, from Kaiga days onwards, ECIL was using M-Prosicon PLC system. Then BRC has developed a Trombe PLC system, and because due to the intervention of our management, now we have taken the best features of both the systems and developed the Nucon PLC. It is called the Nucon PLC. It is safe and secure among the, and it was the mandate was given to us that all the DI units must use this because of its secure features. It is a 32-node PLC which can cater up to 15,000 IOs. Then SCADA system, this is a purely ECIL developed system. This system is installed in various oil sectors and some of the NPCIL units also. These, I need not talk much, sir, because of the lapse of time, control rooms everywhere in all the nuclear power plants. We have supplied the control rooms. Not only the nuclear power plant, we have supplied to all other DA units. All the control rooms are more or less installed by ECIL. Coming to that, apart from that, we are also supporting the training simulators for not only nuclear power plants, even for thermal plants also we are giving simulators. And also now we are working for KKNPP 3 and 4. So this SATCOM system, of course, we have got a space. We are supporting space activities. Apart from that, we have supplied ANUNET and NPCIL net systems to other DA units. And so this is the physical protection system where we are continuously providing the support for the video monitoring and recording, perimeter protection, physical access control, baggage inspection. Baggage inspection recently we have added, sir, with the help of BRC. This system is developed, and now we have got a dual energy X-ray baggage system. It is available with ECIL. Then fire alarm systems, intrusion detection, then explosive detection. This is with the help of IG car. We have developed the device which can detect any explosives carried in a bag. By taking a swipe, we can find out. And vehicle monitors, we are not only radiation monitoring, we are also doing the cargo scanning. That we have, with the use of Linux, we are going to build cargo scanners in ECIL. So this is the basic backbone of ECIL. Sir, we are supporting the AMC or life cycle support to all the NPCIL and DI units. Though the systems were supplied 25 years back, even now we are maintaining and we are able to supply spares. Recently, last week, I have supplied the spares required for RAPP 3 and 4, which was supplied in 1995. Still, we are maintaining. Though if you buy any market, if you see, the life of an electronic system will be 8 to 10 years. It will not, more after 8 years, due to obsolescence or non-availability of space, you have to replace. But whereas till 20, 25 years, consistently we are supporting NPCIL. And not only that, wherever there is a technology denial or third-party systems, that also we are keep on maintaining. One example of such cases are that fuel handling system of RAPS-2 was made by ECIL, and similarly for that, which I have already told, TAS-1 and 2, the fission counters. Sir, ITER, we had a little contribution, but whereas ITER India, we are giving in a big way. We are supplying high power, ultra stable power converters to ITER, which already we have installed 2 systems in ITER Padava, Italy. Then other systems, now we are going to supply another 8 more systems. Sir, coming to that manufacturing facilities of ECIL. Now ECIL has established a complete manufacturing facility. The moment, right from the blank PCB to final product and then testing, everything I can do in ECIL. Now we have got a SMT device assembly line. 4 lines of such 4 lines are available, where I can install 2 lakh component per hour. And on an average, we can manufacture 20,000 PCBs per day. With this help of this system, we have supplied 8 to 9,000, 10,000 electronic voting machines to Election Commission of India for every day. Every day we have manufactured around 8 to 10,000 machines. This, and not only that, we have got a safe and secure policy there that whatever component today I am installing, from which batch it has come, who has inspected, who has installed, that too, where the machine throughout the India, across the pan India, the machines are installed, millions of machines. I can trace back that under the particular batch, how many machines are made, how many, where their location. I can trace back and call back if required. Like some of the companies will call back if there is a major fault. That kind of facility is available with ECIL, sir. Now, except during election, most of the time it is idle. Like earlier, our speakers told that in the similar way, we are also facing this problem. Now, of course, we have got election commission orders. So now they are all busy, but sometimes we are idle, this system. Then we have got the PCB, blank PCB manufacturing. We can make from single layer to 14 layer PCBs in-house in ECIL you can make. And now it is round the clock, they are operating for making the PCBs. And with the help of BRC also, we have developed the crystal growing facility. Cesium-added crystals are grown in-house for the radiation monitoring purpose in ECIL. Sir, after the production manufacturing facilities, we have got a test equipments. We have got not only the radiation test, we can do up to 200 hour per hour testing in-house, and beyond that we will come to BRC. And there is very low background test chamber is also available because Hyderabad background radiation is slightly higher compared to other cities. So very low sensitive, high sensitive equipments can be tested in the chamber. And similarly, apart from that, we have got a lot many facilities. Only few of the facilities I have shown here. This is the EMI EMC facility, which is one of the best facility available in India. You can see that the green color, that is a truck carrying the defense control room. The entire truck can go inside the facility. It will be tested completely for EMI EMC, and the truck can go back to the service without dismantling any of a single PCB, single component. As a whole truck, we can do the testing there. Similarly, we can do environmental testing and the vibration test facility, which is very unique, which can test up to 60 G, because my requirements to the nuclear submarine is the equipment has to be tested at 60 G. So I can do that up to 9 tons equipment, I can do at 60 G vibration. Similarly, I got salt spray, rain test, dust test. Then another, some more I have not shown here, but whereas we have got a component life assessment, halt, it is called halt test, where we will keep on increase the voltage and temperature. Like suppose a capacitor is there, it will work for 48 volts, but we will keep on increase the temperature as well as that where it fails. So that with that, from that we can conclude the life of the component. So that facilities are also available in ECIL. I can say it is a one-stop test facility available. Everything is available required for electronics. It is available, sir. Sir, coming to the conclusion, with the experience and expertise gained over the last 55 years in design, manufacture, testing, installation, and commission of nuclear radiation detectors, instrumentation systems, control centers, and training simulators to all the operating nuclear power plants of the country and extending life cycle support, ECIL played a pioneering role in nuclear energy towards the green energy. We are with DIE We'll continue to be with DIE and we'll give the same support forever. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rambabu. It was a pleasure to listen to you.
Thank you, sir.
And as with all other speakers, we will take questions during the
Yes.
Panel discussion.
On behalf of INS, we would like to felicitate Sri Nunim Rambabu with memento. Requesting Sri S.K. Chande, Chairman of the session, to present the memento. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for conducting the session so well. And I'm so sorry for the delay. Before you conclude, I request Mr. Agarwal to present a memento to our chairman. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Now we break for lunch and we'll reassemble here at 3 o'clock sharp. Before 3, I request all of you to be in the auditorium so that we can start at 3 itself. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Let us begin the next session, the panel discussion. The theme of the panel discussion is partnership with industry, expectation and aspirations of partners. This panel discussion will be moderated by our own colleague, Sri S.A. Bharadwaj, former chairman, AERB. I request him to come and occupy the chair. And also the other panelists, Sri Anil Parab from L&T, Dr. Rajshekar Malur, TCE, Sri Nuni Ramababu from ECIL, Sri N.M. Nadaf, Walchand Industries, Sri A.M. Deshnavi, NPCIL, Sri Vijay Joshi, Deputy CEO, Rosatom, South Asia. And for your assistance, one of our volunteers, Mr. Pankaj Vani, will be on the dais to help you with any Zoom issues. Thank you. We request you to start the panel discussion.
Good afternoon. In fact, the organizers had put a limit on the number of people coming into this hall, and that number was exceeding in the morning. I think the word has gone around. They had put a number, I think 100 or 150 because of COVID restrictions. So welcome to this session, very important session on doing a brainstorming on what are our expectations from the future in this partnership with the industry. What are our aspirations, all of us put together because we are partners. We will listen to the members of the panel here, and we will also listen to your observations, your suggestions, your comments, your questions also. So that is the session about. But we have heard in the morning session that industry is claiming now that what they used to do in 48 months, they are doing in 36 months now. So it is our own duty also that this panel, if it is scheduled for 2 hours, at least we should make it 1 hour 45 minutes. So we will work very efficiently. First part of the efficiency is that I think, but for Joshi ji, everybody has been introduced.
Yes.
So no repetition of the introduction.
Yes.
But I think
Yes.
we introduced Joshi ji.
Yes, sir. It's my
Okay.
privilege to introduce Mr. Vijay Joshi. He is a pharmaceutical science graduate from the University of Pune. He pursued his management studies further and has now a total experience of 29 years in business development. Mr. Vijay Joshi has pursued his passion of relationship building across multiple domains globally, and in his 29 years of experience, he has developed his core strengths across international markets. He has associated with in various positions in the companies like Glaxo, Russell Pharma, ICICI, Rosatom. And he is working in the Indian nuclear industry for last 12 years and has pursued several projects for the industry and in benefit of the progress of the sector. He was a participant in the technical committee visit for VVR 1200 projects headed by Dr. Anil Kakodkar. In his professional capacity as a deputy CEO of Rosatom South Asia, he is pursuing several activities and projects in South Asia to develop business and collaboration for Rosatom group companies in the sectors of nuclear power generation, VVR 1200 new projects, front and back end related business of VVR 1000 existing projects, fuel localization, reprocessing of SNF, several localization projects, carbon composites in strategic and non-strategic application, high pressure cylinders, nuclear medicine and cyclotrons, gamma and E-beam irradiation application, additive and 3D printing technology. We welcome Mr. Vijay Joshi in the panel. Thank you.
And in fact, this was a gap in the panel. We are having KK project. We have so much of expectations for the future from this collaboration. And I thank organizers, Ramaraoji, Dr. Ramaraoji, to fill this gap today with Mr. Joshi being available. To start with, I will like to make some comments if the panel agrees. Okay, but well, friends, since morning I have been listening to so much interesting talks. Yesterday also I was here listening to what NPCL presented on design, commissioning, operation. Overall, we have moved from strength to strength. Whatever time it has taken, but yesterday we have seen the performance of our plants best in the world in almost all records in terms of capacity utilization. Yesterday it was 87.6% for this year capacity factor. The longest run of our plants, that means very high reliability built into the components, and the operator actions, the procedures for operating, the commissioning which hands over to the operation, a perfect design, well tested, thoroughly tested. And the industry, which is supplying the equipment, which is proving itself in the existing plants, and many more to come now. The expectations of the industry we have seen in the morning session, and they are ready to deliver. But then there are some questions raised on continuity, which will come as we proceed today. But then what is immediately on the table is not 10, I think 15 PHWRs right now, incomplete in one way or the other, 700 megawatts. Kudamkulam, 4 units, which are waiting to come above the ground and start operating. So this is on the table today. So let us look at this. In fact, yesterday we also heard, yesterday and day before, Dr. Grover giving some numbers of if this green energy in India has to be met by 2070 as the commitment given by the government of India, then his estimate is actually mind-boggling. The unit consumed per capita by all of us has to grow some 8 to 9 times as by him by 2070. That means 16,000 units per capita, what he stated. The total energy generation also will have to go in similar proportion up. And he stated very firmly, in fact, that 24,000 terawatt hour per year. Well, I don't believe all this, but this is what he projected. And you cannot project too much into the future. Yes, you must set a target and work towards it. But obviously, in this country, at least, it cannot be done by renewables. Renewables, as they are today called, the solar, wind, and other non-carbon. Biogas may not be non-carbon. Well, in this connection, I remember one Hindi film song, Manzil kahan kahan rukna hai, upar wala jane. So 24,000 or whatever it is, let the upar wala decide. But बढ़ते जाएं हम सैलानी, दिल में एक दरिया तूफानी, and that we have seen. We have experienced over the years, and today's presentation reconfirmed it, that we as the travelers in this field of energy, in this field of technology, are moving ahead. And future will take its care on its own. And this we are doing what now is becoming a slogan, that Atmanirbhar. And this is what our predecessors in all the industries, you call it Dr. Bhabha, call it Dr. Sarabhai, Walchand Hirachand, Tata's, starting on the steel plant, Larsen and Toubro, they thought, in fact, the country was not having degrees of freedom. We were not independent even. That is when they thought of doing this. Tata started so early in making us Atmanirbhar in so many fields, so many diverse fields. And you are carrying the flag forward. We have been Atmanirbhar, and 1974 shock, the earth-shaking peaceful nuclear explosion which we had, and subsequent period has demonstrated our capabilities. And today, when I interact, when I have been interacting, of course, now in international forums, at least maybe we can leave Japan and now China. But if you talk of European countries, there is no single European country which has all the strengths to make all equipment by themselves. We are the ones. And when I used to tell them that we make this, we make this, we make this, we make this, they were all getting surprised. Right from nuclear to turbines to instrumentation, anything you call it, is made in India. And that was what Dr. Bhabha initiated. And technology denials may come, embargo may come, but we stood the test of time. He started with in the electronics division of BRC, as he's putting some electronics engineer to, in fact, design amplifiers using tube circuit those days, as I heard. And now we have ECIL, which was translated into a big company by Dr. Sarabhai. So my dear friends, this panel will take you to 2070. That is what we have seen in the morning. If I talk on each one of the areas separately, then for ECIL electronics, which he says is only serving nuclear, the biggest challenge and immediate challenge is cyber security. Yes, we have built firewalls very strongly. We have, our systems, nuclear systems are totally dissociated from rest of the plant systems. All of you know who work with us. But then the public does not believe and we get into some trouble. We got into trouble at Kudamkulam last year. It became a big controversy and in fact, NPCL has been working in a lame manner thereafter. They don't have free access to the public. Okay. So cyber security is an issue and the regulators have not accepted. They have accepted when in the nuclear system, the software is done in-house. The PCBs are designed in-house. But then today, the relays are using the microprocessor or softwares are being used left and right. The DGs which we buy are controlled. Every control of the safety system is actually now computer-based, directly or indirectly. And the question of cyber security is uppermost. Verification and validation, which is done so thoroughly, may still leave some Trojan we don't know. And therefore, regulators, and very rightly so, I have been a regulator, I think, for some time. They ask for a parallel hardwired system. And that adds to the cost. That adds to the commissioning time and maintenance and so on. So I think this is a very important challenge and I know that DAE is working on this. But I think the industry has to also come forward. We should have our own chip in the country, which we can very reliably say that it is safe. In fact, safety has become very, very important in this field. My own email has been hacked a couple of years ago. It became a newspaper item and many press reporters were asking me and some other DAE people, emails have been hacked. Now this time when INS asked us to fill a form on Google, I refused to fill it because I think some country is watching me. When I was in AERB, the AERB website interacts with public. AERB is a public office. Anybody can walk into this, get information. But AERB does a big activity for radiation field, radiation sources in the hospitals, the various facilities in industry. And they have a software which can be accessed through the web page ELORA. And this was hacked. Not hacked, all the data was stolen and it was available on sale in the market. And we had so much of difficulty with the Home Ministry to convince them that this is harmless. It is actually a yellow book information. Which hospital is having a medical cyclotron of which capacity? That is becoming public through this. And we are anyway public, making it public on our website. But we had a lot of difficulty dealing with Home Ministry. Till some other ministry got involved. This hacking is happening to many. So I think for ECIL, apart from whatever you are doing, not only ECIL, some industry has to come forward. We must make from silicon to microprocessor ourselves, which we can rely that it doesn't have a virus sitting somewhere, a Trojan sitting somewhere. Our consultants, Tata Consulting engineers in particular have done commendable activities. And I have seen it very closely in Tarapur 3 and 4. Dr. Rajshekhar told in his talk that each and every drawing is signed by him at that time. But then I remember that once the drawings were received from their Bombay office, we had to send on a jeep to Tarapur, which is of course not very far up from Bombay. And Tarapur people were waiting for the drawings. And therefore it was decided that 700 megawatt will come out of this problem altogether. And we had, in the drawings, we know what happens. There will be clashes, which one system has not seen on the other, and in the field during construction, all those things. So it was decided that 700 megawatt, which we are going to make series of them, will come out of this. And therefore 3D should be used in total engineering. All the communication will be through software. And because of embargo and limitations in accessing the international softwares, there were extreme difficulty. He also mentioned that one company which came forward could not manage it because of resources. But TCE took it over. NPCIL also had put their, as a partner, number of people together, and the work has been ultimately done. This has caused some delay to the engineering, which now and then, people say that design was delayed. It was delayed with the intent, if at all, that the subsequent units have a ready-made set of drawings. And we saw yesterday's presentation by Director Technical. He said, he showed a full layout and he said, this part, all drawings are ready. In fact, 2/3 of the plant, all drawings are ready today. Nothing has to be done. There will not be any clashes right up to the instrumentation lines. So that is what our consultants have given us. This is apart from the systems which have proven the reliability. Tarapur 3 and 4 is one plant which has been done in the minimum time, of course, but it went first time right. There were post-startup, there were no issues. It went to full power conveniently. And there have been no basic design issues after the startup. I have also been associated with NFC, and I have seen your work at NFC also. I have been chairman of their board. And many other places I have seen. In general to the industry, when we say nuclear, it involves right from mining to decommissioning. So if you have built a plant today, you have to also provide services maybe 40 years later for decommissioning, and even for waste management, which could extend to 100 years from now. So that is the spread of your future business requirements. Well, we heard from our equipment suppliers, the Walchand Industries and L&T, both of them, how since years they have supplied equipment to us, and today they are doing hairpins or full-fledged steam generators before time. The delivery is before time. I think this capability, if I speak talking about this, it will take a lot of time. But today we are ready. 48 months to 36 months, delivering 50 hairpins so fast. And all the materials are being made in India. NFC, Midhani came together, NPCL also joined in hands, and steam generator tubes, which were becoming difficult at that time, at least internationally to procure because of, again, embargo. This has been produced in India, 30-meter long tube, flawless, being made in India with the help of our industry. But then today also there are some small components, though in value-wise, in the total 700 megawatt plant, they may not be even 1%. They may be insignificant. Like welding consumables, electrodes, some small instrumentation fittings on the tubings. I think this also should be solved. And DAE has been doing a lot of hand-holding on development of all this equipment. For example, the pressure vessel forging which has been developed, or pressure vessel steel which has been developed. I think it has been, that is the latest example of the hand-holding which we have been doing together to come to the international level, or maybe slightly go beyond the international level today. Today morning we had a lecture from AERB to start with. And at the end, there was a long list of what are the QA requirements and what are the regulatory requirements. So much of documentation NPCL has to submit to AERB, which goes through a detailed scrutiny. So on your part also, you are doing all this documentation work. With all this now, the challenge, as our friend Shri Anil Parab said, is economic viability. And that is a challenge. Because what is available to the planners, to the policymakers on one hand, looks like very economical solar power or wind power. And on the other hand, nuclear seems to be double or more than double the unit energy cost. This excludes the other services of the extended grid and the grid portion which will lie idle in case of solar power or wind power for maybe 75% of the day. But then what the salesman is giving is that I'm giving you 2 rupees unit solar power. Therefore, this economic viability is an international question, not only for us. Well, internationally, there are other questions also. For example, Germany is concerned about how to handle the waste. And that has been their public debate question. It is not so in France because they are also doing recycling of fuel and managing their waste. Japan is also aiming to do that. Russia is doing it. We in India, I think we are a step forward. Not only that we are doing recycling, we have partitioned the waste. The technology developed by BRC is that we have partitioned the waste to take out the long-lived items, which are very minimum in the total fuel, but they are blamed for having very long life. So they have been separated out. The technology has been developed, demonstrated. A plant is operating at Tarapur, attached to the present reprocessing facility. And this separated out long-lived minor actinides, as they are called, can be consumed in subsequent fast breeder reactors or other reactors which will come in the future. So we have overcome today technologically many of the inhibitions which the rest of the world is having. But economic viability, yes, it is a question which we have to handle. But decidedly now, and I think, again, I will refer to Anil Parab's slide, that IDC, interest during construction, is a big burden on the cost for a commercial company like NPCIL, where 70% is the debt. Now with the reduced time of equipment delivery and with the high quality, the defect-free material being produced with high quality, I think it should, and NPCL making now efforts, 3D drawings are available, the plant design is fully available, and you can do online requalification to if the seismic requirements or some regulatory requirements change. That facility is built into the 3D system. It should be possible to cut down the time now onwards. There were reasons of delay in 700 megawatt, which maybe sometime we can discuss. If we can cut down time, 48 months to 36 months, you said, and do the construction, we have already demonstrated. Yesterday, Deshnavi presented. The 500 megawatt was done in less than 5 years, 3 months earlier or 6 months earlier. We have demonstrated that. So we should be able to improve on that. And therefore, there are ways and means known to us, demonstrated methods known to us to become economically viable, at least in the type of model which we are having. Our model is different. NPCIL is one-stop facility with the partners all sitting here. Whereas when you look at the other countries, it is all distributed. Within the company, there are companies, and each is a profit center, which we are not. The designer does not earn any profit from the construction. The construction does not earn any profit from the operations, and so on. So I think this economic viability is a possibility for us, very much a possibility, and we must demonstrate this very soon to our planners in the country that it is possible. And I think Haryana, you are already into this. I think I will stop at this. And there are some challenges. I think this morning we started asking some questions on this, but let us see how it goes about. What I will now request the panelists, if they have any remarks to add to what they have already said, because in the morning you said in the context of your industry, but now I think we are partners, and we should have a common objective, and on that common objective, national objective, of course, some of them you have already stated. I think the audience would like to listen to your views beyond what you have stated in the morning. Yes, please. Maybe we can start from that corner. Rajshekhar, yes, because you make the blueprint for the whole thing, no? So you should start.
Thank you for your comments, and I would not actually like to respond, but just one point I will make, and then I'll talk about what we should do together. On the cost front, in 2010, in a conference like this, I vehemently argued that solar is only for Germany and not for India, because then it was 16 rupees per unit, just 1 decade back. And today it is 2 rupees because of the scale involved. Energy storage, how much of lithium we have, and how much of uranium and thorium we have, right? So I think if the scale is there, making it economically viable is definitely a possibility. So that is responding to the cost-wise. But from a partnership perspective, I just have 3 key points, and we can discuss on that further during the discussion. As an engineer, first aspiration is our technical aspiration. We have to grow up the value chain. And when NPCIL is growing or the industry is growing, right, we have to let go of certain things and see how we will develop the partners by giving them a higher up value related work. If I look back at the work that I have done in Tarapur, I don't think I'm doing that today. I'm doing embedded parts. I'm doing extraction of 3D drawings from 3D model. And that is not engineering, right? So until and unless, if you have to do 15 reactors in 10 years, as a strategy, you have to plan to leave out certain things. Now, for the first time, class 1 piping, a little bit of that is there in Kaiga tender. But then how many specialists in the industry we have on nuclear waste handling? How many specialists we have in the fuel science, right? Whereas in Europe, if you see, you will get plenty. UK, you will get plenty. So the industry has been, there is a, that you can do this much only, right? So NPCIL has to have a clear strategy, and what I will do, what our partners will do, and how I will help them develop those capabilities and competency, because we are in this game together. So that is on the technical aspirations. The next is on the governance aspirations. There are various reasons, I very much understand, but a bid that was taken in February 2020, for which I am the only bidder, April 22, I still do not have the order, right? So there are complications. Kaiga 1 to 4 was on hard rock, 5 and 6, they have realized during investigation, it has some challenges there. The response flow, response spectra, the site-specific response spectra will vary. All of that I appreciate. But then there has to be some activity that will hasten this process, whether it is the regulator or the developer or somebody else. There is a lot of things that can be done from a schedule perspective, number one. Number two, from an operating model perspective in governance, why don't we have a dedicated team for NPCL sitting in NPCL's office only? Right? For Haryana project, what we did, we have established a connection between TCE and NPCL. The intention was that you can do model review sitting here, whereas the modeler will be in my office, and it's a dedicated line. Now, if that concept can be further enhanced, and you look at, it need not be TCE, it can be any engineering services provider, but you should really, once we know that what can be done by the partner and what can be done by me, then I think the partners team if this 15 reactors have to happen, you really need a lot of volume of people to work, and some of them can be here only, and some of them can be in our office, but everybody can be connected. We have worked and met our numbers by working from home. We have achieved record collections, record revenue, everything by working from home, even in the current financial year, which is about to end tomorrow. So I think working in a partnership model in scale is something that we have to look at from a governance perspective. The third aspiration is on the budgetary and financial aspiration. And believe me, Tarapur project actually went for more than a decade engineering, because there was no funding from the government for the plant actually to happen. And it's a irony that the actual construction, it was the fastest, but the engineering cycle from late 80s to 2000 is a long time. So from a budgetary perspective, again, I will say our nuclear business unit has become green only after getting into ITER. Throughout its life, it is in red. But then making money is not our objective, right? But then if a lot of EPRs and VVERs are all coming into the country, they will not work if it is red, right? So everybody has to have some business sense. So how do we address that? Is also something that is very important. That is what Mr. Anil also talked about earlier. And maybe, as you said the other day, NTPC people were in our office on the pre-project activities for one of the projects that they are interested in. And, so if this opening up is there, again, if it is only the public sector, why can't L&T own a power plant? Why can't Tata's own a nuclear plant? I mean, you give it to established names. So if this growth has to happen, then possibly on this also, there is an involvement of private sector that will be very much required. And so these are the aspirations, and we can get into the details during the discussion. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm making you turn back. No. No, yesterday and day before yesterday, I saw the panelists coming and talking a little extempore. So I took a little clue from there, and I thought I will put a little concrete points so that, it is a little more understood better. Now, so on the first day when the chairman was talking, he suggested that the collaborations, understandings with the other R&D organization will be useful. And that point, I would, since I have interacted with the DRDO considerably, also with the aerospace people now, with our lot of work coming from aerospace, and both these organizations, that is defense R&D as well as aerospace, are reasonably doing well. So some of the lessons which they have learned and some of the reforms which they have made it in their procedures, etc., I thought probably it can be projected and which can be a clue for taking it forward for the nuclear energy. So since the Atma Nirbharta is one of the theme worldwide, in fact, I was listening to the Foreign Minister of Russia during this particular conflict time, and he also mentioned saying that self-sufficiency is the one thing which I have learned in this particular conflict, and we would like to be more reliant on our own thing. If the Russia talks in this particular language, I think we will have to wake up and take a note of such thing, and we need to be much more self-reliant. Now, our Prime Minister has been saying this for considerable time. Navy atomic energy has done it long time back. Since 71, the Leander class frigates, we have been making it indigenously, and the efforts are there since then. We have made our own workshop to make boilers, steam-driven machinery and things like that, design engineering, and same thing with atomic energy. When the Canadians left, since then we have made everything in-house, up to 90% now indigenization. But the Defense Ministry has done some reforms and upgradations. So new schemes, especially all over the world, people feel that MSMEs, that is micro, small, medium scale industries, and the startup industries are the backbone of their supplies. Apart from the heavy engineering, some major companies, the large number of components, equipment, and so innovative ideas have come from these MSMEs and the startup companies. So how to best utilize these particular companies in the development of systems, that has been one of the major themes in the development, and some beneficial government schemes for MSMEs have emerged. And these are basically a financial related, transfer of technology related, a few pictures, few schemes I have just indicated here. Now, this, if applied to the nuclear engineering, also could be beneficial. Defense Ministry has changed some of the acquisition procedures. I will have to move this. Okay. So the basic acquisition procedures wherein now earlier, when the imported equipment is being considered for acquisition, the indigenously designed equipment was not even considered. But now the priority is given in case there is a equipment or there is a system which is being supplied from the outer sources, external sources, and there is a company who is doing this particular indigenously, the priority is being given to the indigenous company. So this is one of the reforms. Similarly, to support the medium scale industry, etc., make one that is government funded. This involves the design, development of equipment and the systems, major platforms or upgrades thereof by the industry. Ministry provides a financial support up to 70% of the prototype development cost and maximum up to 250 crores of rupees per development agency. And in case of MEC 2, that is industry funded, This includes design development and innovative solutions by the Indian vendor for which no government funding is provided, but it has assurance of procurement on the successful prototype developments. So this is a kind of incentive. Earlier, people used to again struggle to become L1. After doing the developmental work, again they are in the line to become L1. So that fear has been minimized. Now, innovations for the Defense Excellence, IDEX, April 2018. So IDEX aims at the creation of an ecosystem to foster the innovations and the technology development in the defense aerospace by engaging the industries, including MSMEs, startups, individual innovators, R&D institutes, and academia, and provide them grants, funding, and other support to carry out the R&D, which has a potential for the future adoption for the Indian defense and aerospace needs. Now, we are freezing 700 megawatts of reactors is all right, but there could be opportunities for innovations and innovative ideas. Maybe this could be of some use. Now, there is a Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, SIDM. Now, this is a forum wherein this particular organization supports and brings together, supports the industries, small industry especially, brings together the requirements of the defense. In some cases like, they conduct 2 or 3 days program for the industries to make them aware of the defense procurement procedures, opportunities which are available in various sectors, procedures to how to approach them and get these, jobs or businesses for their company, etc. This is a formal course also they run. Internationally, whatever is required, because now we are talking about the export from the defense also. We have done about 5,700 crores of rupees export, some 56 countries, etc. And we have an aspiration to go up to over 1 lakh of crores of rupees export. So how to do that? So the procedures for that, contacts and things like that. So there is a organization called as the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. Mr. Patil, J.D. Patil from Lnt was the chairman last time. Now he's just, change over the hands. So similar kind of an organization, if we can set up, that could be also useful, because we are also looking forward for import of some reactors, etc. Now, the next point is, in the new world, sorry. Just jumped. In the new world of conflicts between superpowers, race for the top spot, urge to control economy and people from other countries, and formation of groups, etc. is happening. India can face the problems of critical material supplies, economic blockade, sabotage, etc. And the fleet mode reactors and the imported reactors from the France and Russia could affect badly. The following need to be considered. Critical imported materials required for the program could be imported in bulk and issued as FM to overcome the halting and delay in projects. Today, we still are importing some materials from Europe, and in some of our projects, we are not getting quotes. People are not giving us a quote. They are delaying it, saying that, okay, the prices are going to change, or there could be embargo on some such kind of things. Now, I'm sure this particular conflict which is going on in the Ukraine will subside, but the ripple effect of those conflicts will be there considerable. I also know that people will say, "Ki, which side are you?" And based on that particular thing, there will be some kind of a verbal or visible or non-visible embargoes on your procurements and things like that. So whatever you are planning for 10 reactors, etc., may be subjected to such kind of effects which are not visible today. But I think time has come to understand this. India is at a very precarious condition, saying that, okay, Americans are forcing one way, Russians are forcing other way, etc. And if you take sides, although we are saying we are non-aligned, but people know with whom you are aligned. So such kind of situation may come. Then there are instances when the consignments on ships have encountered storms, rough weather, and the equipment stored on the top deck have been lost at sea. Now, in case of imported reactors, good number of equipment are mostly equipment are coming from abroad. And I'm sure this is a consideration by the supplier as well as NPCIL, but this is one consideration. Now, some sea routes are infested with the pirates these days, and some interested parties could use them for sabotage. Large number of naval bases have been constructed by various countries in the Indian Ocean and Arabian Sea. These bases could influence at a critical juncture for the material supplies. Now, financial crisis can occur, especially dollar-based systems. The effect of stoppage of systems such as SWIFT, rise of petroleum products could also affect the nuclear program, especially the financial aspect of it. The cyber security, much is talked about already, so I will not dwell upon it, but the cyber security within the reactor is one part of it, but external to the reactor also is a consideration, and that consideration need to be understood well. All that I am trying to request you is that, therefore, the NPCIL could undertake a comprehensive risk assessment and the planned mitigation measures to ensure successful completion of these present targets. Okay, this is our suggestion. Now, suggestion for the INS is that INS could consider adding 2 sessions in the next annual conference. One is about the fuel management, that is front end and the back end management, and the waste management of the for the fleet mode reactor. I'm sure this is being done, but however, one session could enlighten the other people. So that is what suggestion. One small suggestion about the metal fuel. In 1976, when we were trying to design the mobile reactor, that time we were talking about the metal fuel and the benefits of the metal fuel, plate type fuel, etc. If that could be considered also. I understand the technologies have gone far ahead and there are much better solutions available. Nonetheless, this is one suggestion which could be considered. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon once again. Actually, I am not going to talk much, except I thought of sharing with you what I have observed in the Western world. Why I keep on saying economic viability is most important. See, there are many technological disruptions happening at a very rapid pace across the world, and we cannot be island within the world. You all are seeing electric vehicle is a reality. The autonomous vehicle is very soon on cards. How LED bulbs have brought the revolution, we have seen. Coal is almost dead across the globe. With then the energy conservation, the observation which is there in the Western world, the electric power need, obviously the first choice goes to renewables because they are the cheapest today. After that demand is fulfilled, if there is any unfulfilled demand, the next in line comes the hydel power. After that is also fulfilled, renewable hydel, that is over, then it goes to natural gas based power plant because their capital cost is very less. They can be set up very fast. The next in line, which actually comes like biomass or thermal, because though thermal power plant, nobody is setting up new capacity. The ground reality is there are many thermal power plants still operating in the world. So after all these capacities for the power generations are utilized, then the turn of nuclear power plant is coming in the Western world. Because it's not subsidized power plants, it's purely traded on the free market. Now, if you see the economic of nuclear power plant when it is being set up, it assumes certain plant load factor. Now, more and more in the Western world, because of the energy conservation, energy management, smart grids, all these new internet-based technologies, the demand is not growing to that extent. And the ones which are more competitive, they are utilized first. So as a result, the plant load factor from the design plant load factor is going down. So even what was design basis levelized tariff is actually going up. So that is disrupting the technology in terms of commercial viability. It is becoming more and more difficult. The second part, many technologies, as the scale goes up, more and more capacities get added, whether it is electric vehicles or solar, wind, hydel, their cost comes down, their time for setting up comes down. But nuclear worldwide, unfortunately, it is unfortunate for all of us, is one which is showing a reverse trend. The more and more the experience is there, the more and more it is becoming expensive, maybe because of safety concerns after Fukushima, the terror attack. All this finally has ended into what? Increasing the cost, increasing the time. Now, we may think that India is different. We need all sources. I have been hearing that. And, but I, for one, believe that you cannot ignore the technological disruptions. You see, in India, 2018, solar capacity was 18 gigawatt. What was it 2021? It is 50 gigawatt. You see where it is, almost 3 times in 4 years. And wait and watch, that will become one of the most important power generation in India. And that is the reason I said, yes, there are some apprehensions on continuity, and that's where the battery storage, when it becomes more and more competitive. In fact, Dr. Raj Shekhar talked about a decade ago, the solar was considered not competitive. We talked of footprints, we talked of dust in India. But you see, today the reality is that that's the reality. In fact, I have seen in states like Gujarat, people have installed the solar panels on their houses, and they are getting negative electricity bill, negative, because the extra power which is generated is fed back to the grid. Okay, and the kind of innovation which is happening. Now imagine if the battery storage comes, where we will be. And the Indian government also is doing exactly same thing what is there in the Western world. They are saying if anybody generates renewable energy, the first priority will be to buy that. Okay, so this competitiveness is a much bigger issue, which is what I really think. If we do not be sensitive to that, make it commercially viable in terms of cost and time, I have no doubt it has no future, because finally, as far as the common consumer is concerned, they want what is more cheaper. All these internet technologies, if you see, it is becoming more and more cheaper or nil cost. You see the digital photography, you see the cellular network, how it has changed in 10 years, 15 years. So this is one thing which I would say that all of us who are nuclear operators, nuclear regulators, nuclear industry, if we are not conscious, we will pay the heavy price. In Western world, from bigger reactors, they are now going to small modular reactors, where there is a consumption, if I can reduce the investment in the grid and produce when it is required, that is a kind of new trends which are emerging. So we must be conscious of that. Thank you.
For your comments, which have actually
capacity to achieve these objectives. If we have to achieve a few more gigawatts or a few more gigawatts by 2030, we are ready to get LWRs also to be a part of that fleet at the earliest, and we assure that. As we have taken as a country the International Solar Alliance as our matter of pride, I think there is no harm in we asking for our country making noise that nuclear is also green. Why not we take the lead? Why should we wait for the Europeans to endorse it and then we talk about it? I think the first message and the first thing that I saw when I walked into this room was this page was green, and I thought that this is the beginning. If we can make a green background for a nuclear power plant, nuclear society banner, then I think this is the first step. And I was very happy. Why not the Indian Nuclear Society actually take up this lead of announcing nuclear as a green business, and let somebody object and we'll fight it out. But nothing harm. I'm no harm in, because if solar can claim for it without confirmation, without, Chaudhary Sahib's slide clearly said that the carbon footprint of solar is double to nuclear, which is a confirmed, approved research document, then why not nuclear? And why not nuclear fraternity talk about it? So let's begin. I would say that we are ready to participate and partner. I feel, this is all that I can say, but there is a lot to do. And our hands to partnership are always open. Rosatom is very, very happy to partner in PCIL, DAE, and several other Indian industry. We are open to shake hands and awaiting opportunities. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all. I will not take much time, only I will take 1 or 2 minutes, as chairman have told that he has rightly touched upon that the need of the hour, the cyber security. Yes, ECL, I can proudly say that ECL is working on in several steps we have taken to improve our cyber security. One thing, we have developed certain systems like SNOS and all in collaboration with DI, BRC especially. Everybody knows that any firewall, even if you put today, tomorrow somebody will break. So the standalone firewall will not sufficient. You have to have a hybrid system which will have both hardware and software, which can prevent your data from that. Apart from that, now we are developing the modules for our PLCs, and we have started manufacturing our own routers and switches. Industrial switches we are started manufacturing, which has no foreign component. Of course, no doubt that Sab has asked me that the components, though we are manufacturing, our software is ours, everything is ours, but components we are buying outside. Yes, right now, in the present scenario, we do not have much component facility, manufacturing facility in India. Still, however, we are working out with some team in IIT Mumbai, where they have already developed some low-end processors that we are already doing some trials on some of the equipments, but that may not be, the speed may not be sufficient to meet the requirement of PLCs and data acquisition systems. But these efforts will continue. We ourselves, even NPCL and EAE, they are working with the different IITs. IIT Madras, NPCL is working with IIT Madras, and so many other areas. And apart from that, I would like to say that for all the defense applications, ECL is providing the best encryption, decryption solutions. All the data, voice and video, all can be encrypted and sent across the globe. This facility is exclusively we are giving right now to defense only, but if required, we can think for DAE also, we can work out. With this, I could conclude, sir. Otherwise, we are in the same line, because many of the PLCs customers, they are asking the cyber security feature in the upcoming PLCs. So we are already on that job. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Deshnavi says that he is actually the panel chief. He has come from NPCIL and he has come on the receiving end. So, and he has spoken yesterday for a very interesting lecture he delivered, and you have all questioned him already. So now I think the floor is open for any remarks from you. We have heard some diverse remarks here, you know. Somebody is supporting very strongly and quite worried about what disruptive technologies like solar and wind are going to do. And at the other end, we have heard the other opposite views also. There are some views which are beyond all of us. They are for the policymakers, and I hope all of them are being recorded by people here, and then it will be coming in your newsletter or somewhere, and policymakers' attention will be drawn. Well, we can summarize later, but if there are any remarks, in the morning there were many questions which have been postponed for this session. The question which has not been answered during all these deliberations which have happened so far.
Sir, I got one small question. Like we got the different.
Can you please identify yourself?
I'm Mr. P. Venumada from BARC. Actually, we got different mix of reactor systems, PHWRs, PWRs, PVRs of type PWRs, and now SMRs. Okay. So is there any optimum size of a reactor system which is economically viable from the economic point of view and size point of view, and maybe from regulatory aspects, so that it is much more safer? So I think if something is in that direction, I think everyone can put their efforts in that direction and maybe try to find out some reactor system which is cost effective and which is more safe.
Okay. Well, I will try to hit now two birds with one stone. It hangs on my head that Dr. Rajshekar said that today he's doing only 3D and not what they are capable of doing. We know their capability. We have seen it in Tarapur 3-4 and everything went right for the first time. But when the 700 megawatt was being designed, PHWRs, I'm first answering PHWRs, we hunted what is happening around the world, even in some published literature. It has not still formed part of regulation. What is happening? What people are thinking? Because we are now going to launch a new platform, 700 megawatt, which will be replicated one after the other. And therefore, let us do the best. And since you are from BRC, you may be aware that the 700 megawatt unit, in fact, yesterday also this remark was made, and today also somebody said, that this is the best, safest design across the world today. And that realization also happened, Fukushima happened after this design was launched. But when the Fukushima review was done, 700 did not need any modification. So in terms of safety, it stands far ahead than the rest of the world today. In fact, today morning there was a question on whether the exclusion distance can be reduced. Maybe after some time. Already the realization is coming that it is difficult to pinpoint this scenario, even very severe scenario, that the public will have to be moved away from in the neighborhood. But today's the calculations are being done with assuming that up to 1 kilometer exclusion radius happens. The safest technology you have to make, today, is the aircraft safe? The job of engineer, a public can ask this question, but job of an engineer is that this is the technology, make it safe. Technology is required for serving the society. Otherwise, for example, we are serving by providing nuclear electricity from these nuclear power plants and so many other things. Radiations are doing, everybody is today in his daily life using radiations. So we have to make it safe. And that is where AERB has put in the regulations, stringent regulations. They are being executed. And over and above, the operator is also very conscious because he has made the investment. He cannot lose it. Therefore, all these technologies, you're talking of VVR, you're talking of PHWRs and the others are safe. They meet the intent of the regulations and they are safe. Now, in doing this exercise for 700 megawatt, a lot of in-house work was done. We collected and then people had done the brainstorming what to do. And you will find that in micro details, 700 megawatt is quite different than 540 megawatts. So overall, the reactor is same. And that is where everything was in head and we wanted to translate into 3D. That was the only job for 700 megawatt. And I'm sorry, we did not use your potential fully. But then together, now with NPCL and TC together, I think we can do. We must also recognize in nuclear industry, though we are saying it has moved very slowly and all that, but the fallout to the industry has been extensive. If today you are claiming strengths in fabrication of heavy equipment, in delivering to election commission, very secure machines, traceability, and so many other things in the industry. It is fallout of what is the discipline within nuclear industry, within DAE. It is, I think, the quality which is coming out is a fallout of all that. And it is benefiting the industry and the public in general also very much. I hope somewhere I have tried to address your question.
Basically, sir, since everyone agrees that economic viability is
Well,
important.
somehow I'm not able to, I think there is some echo from that point.
Yeah, I think my voice is quite loud, so I can just do away with it.
No, you can come here, come in the front. There is some echo and we are not able to 100% follow you.
My second question is on the cost. Since many of us agree that economic viability is important, end of the day, you have to sell it to DISCOM, and DISCOM has to get the money from the people, you have to sell the power. So the cost aspect. So from the cost point of view, which one will be the, from the cost point of view, which one is more favorable? Cost, yes, sir. From cost point of view, which one is more favorable?
Well, I am like you. I have the same question. And the statement was made that cost internationally is going up. It is also somewhere the impression that cost is going up in India. And the cost is going up because of Fukushima. These are the remarks generally made in India. It is not so. The cost in India is not going up. The cost is in proportion to what we have done earlier. Cost is in proportion to 540 megawatts, say, the last large project which we have done. There are reasons why the cost has been higher now for 700 megawatt at the end. I hope when next 15 units or not 15, at least the 12 units, the cost will be proportional to what we expect from 540 extrapolated. There are reasons of cost increase in the present plants. And the cost increase has happened basically because of delay, not because of that nuclear technology in India has been costlier than what it was. And the delays also are attributed sometime to delay in design. Yes, 540 megawatt already, Dr. Chandrasekhar said that for years they designed and then it was constructed in a short time. Whereas in 700 megawatt, because of, we did not give up 3D, there was a lot of pressure from within the organization that you come back to the old drawings. We said nothing doing. You have to make series and we don't give up. So some delay and it is because we could not even get the software to do the drawings, but we pursued and we thank TCE for that. The delay is also, I would make a remark on the industry that they did not trust. They did not trust that liability does not apply to them. Though we had told them informally, those days I was part of NPCIL. I think they also followed what the rest of the world was making a statement on our bill. And that has caused a disruption. And this disruption has caused, some sequential cost increase and delays because some opportunities were lost. I would, in fact, in this connection, thank CMD of an insurance company, whom, I was asked by DAE to interact with him and see whether insurance is possible. I met him only once, first time, and I explained him the nuclear technology. And he said, this is the safest insurance I'll be doing. I do insurance for aircrafts every day, somewhere in the world. If any aircraft crash is taking place, he says, I have some part to pay in that. But it cannot happen in nuclear reactor, the way the act is written. Because a supplier can never be challenged. Supplier means equipment supplier, can never be challenged for safety. It will be always the designer who has designed the full chain, because we know that there's a layer over layer over layer of safety built in. One disruption in that layer does not cause accident, which get into the public domain. So he was so clear that I think he very quickly offered an insurance package. Of course, there were some limitations that he could not make participation by the foreign insurance companies, but this has caused a delay. And I think that mistrust by industry at that time in NPCIL or Government of India was not called for properly. So this is the delay reasons in 700 megawatt, which now will not happen in next 12 units. So the cost will again be proportional to what we are facing. Now again, since we are on cost, there's a view on the panel that solar power is 2 rupees. I also feel so because I keep on reading this news. But then, these days, sitting at home, you can listen to many important people on webinars. And on the webinar, government people saying, people who are dealing with the grid today or people who are dealing from the power ministry, they are saying it is not so. If it is 2 rupees at the location where solar power is being produced, to the customer, it costs 2 rupees 50 paisa more. Because that part of the grid which they are laying down, the servicing grid, is operational only for 25% of the time. If it is 250 megawatt peak, the grid they have created for that, the electricity system they have created for collecting and passing on to the main grid, that is used only for part of the day, 25% of the time. 75% time that cost is idle. That is one. And secondly, in the northern grid today, the proportion of solar is increasing so much that the coal-fired plants are asked to back up. And for backing up, they are given an incentive that, okay, you are not operating, but you will get this money. So that has to be added to the solar cost. So what I heard in the webinars is that it is also ultimately to the customer, it is coming at the same price, unless you have your own on your own rooftop, which is one example. So compared with that, today the nuclear power in India is quite competitive. Yesterday, Dr. Grover gave an example that in Germany, the tariff or the electricity cost to the consumer is 1.5 times that in France. And that is because of solar. So I think we have to just wait and watch. People are saying with today's technology of storage of cells in the battery system, it will cost 10 rupees. Solar power will be 10 rupees a unit with storage. So I think we have to wait and watch. I also admit what has happened to our old cameras, which we were preserving so carefully. And today everybody in his pocket has a camera. So I do not know how the technology will take shape up, but we have to keep on working. And I think nuclear has a place in non-carbon technologies, and government and world is watching that what damage carbon dioxide is doing to us. I think I am moved away from giving an opportunity to you. Yes, any more questions, please?
Sir, we are talking so much about solar. I think again you have echo problem. Because of Zoom, I think. No, I want to know, do we have technology for solar panels in India? We are importing only, na? So then why we are talking so much? Because one day that import will be stopped. Then where do we stand in solar power? And second thing is, if suppose a private company is asked to make a nuclear reactor, how fast do they make? Can they make it faster than what we are making?
I think this is a very interesting question. I thought it's time to me to note down the questions so that we can work upon within the NPC without responding here. We will respond by action. But this question is really interesting. So I thought, see, continuing from where the previous question was and the response given was, the major component of the cost of a nuclear power plant comes from project management and economy of scale of the equipment produced. And since we were making reactor in a very disconnected way, one reactor at a time, then after some time, another reactor, set of reactor, economy of scale we have never attained that way. And project management skill does not come from, in my opinion, only from Primavera or such computer programs. It comes from the strength of the experience of the people and the team which an organization is having. The private party must have to come to the level of NPC to be competitive than the NPC as of now. So that kind of a team, that kind of experience, that kind of a knowledge, how to move on, is not available to, and to build it up over from within the country and from outside the country. I think in a conceived period of time, I don't see that anybody. If NPCIL will fail to do its job, even then private sector is difficult to come to take as a whole role of taking up as a making a nuclear power plant and making up a utility and completing it within the scheduled time. However, as a partners, they have a big role because their knowledge, domain of knowledge, is supplementing the domain of knowledge of NPCIL. That is the model. I can say with surety, working over this, what kind of a model will work. I can say that the total costing of the project, nuclear power project, at best can be done at the cheapest cost by NPCIL right now.
Any other? Yes, please.
No, this is regarding the question about the liability and your comment that the mistrust shown by the industry. I think, sir, it is not very appropriate to put the blame on the industry or to the suppliers. Grover Saab is not here, otherwise he would be very much annoyed with me because I feel that in the entire document, it was like, in the entire document, you keep on calling somebody a culprit. And somewhere in the end, you say, in this document, culprit means a donor. Culprit is not culprit is a donor. He is doing good to the society. I think in the language of our, whatever we had drafted, there was a problem. Everywhere we kept on telling vendor liability, vendor liability, vendor liability. Somewhere in section 46C, we told in this document, vendor means NPCIL, the designer. So I think right from the beginning in sections that 17A, B or C, wherever, if there itself we had defined the vendor appropriately, this problem would not have happened.
Since the industry has been, focused, I can only tell you what perception the industry has, especially the small and medium scale industry. The perception actually is that if I have supplied 5 lakhs of rupees worth equipment, but my liability is 1,500 crores of rupees. This is the perception. Now, this is the perception. Right, wrong, what wording you have used, etc., is a separate issue and separate story. But if this is the perception of the small scale industry or medium scale industry, etc., what will be the management of that particular industry will say? They'll say that this is not fair. And there is no, and this is the incipient defects which are going to come after some time. This unlimited liability on the part of the small scale industry was the worrisome point, and therefore people said, okay, we are not with this particular objective of the government. That is what I would like to say.
In fact, I would like to add the private industry perspective. See, it's not only that in international, there is no such liability. The second, when you go for your working capital needs, the way financial institutions see, or when you want to
restructure your business, either by demerger or selling of something. Just because we have been supplying to the nuclear sector, some of the restructuring could not be done because the buyer perceives that you have supplied for 4 decades to the nuclear. So you are sitting on a huge liability. As a result, and if you really see a company like L&T, nuclear forms only 2.5% of the turnover. But what you lose is much more because of the perceived liability. And the other thing which is very important is the earlier wording, if you see before this act, NPCIL used to indemnify the suppliers of any liability. That is now changed to this roundabout wording and all that. And as a result, actually, when it came, there was no insurance mechanism available in the country. That was also evolving. The moment insurance pool was announced, L&T was the first company who gave in writing to CMD that we will bid.
Sir, good afternoon. Actually, I would like to add the
couple of responses to whatever has been discussed. Number one, to the gentleman out there, the Central Electricity Authority has has produced a technology report with the Danish Energy Agency, and that is available in public domain. And it talks about the costs of various technologies till 2050. And if you see that, it is very not a good story for nuclear, because neither CEA nor DEA, the Danish Electricity Agency, is completely on offshore wind. They get 60% of their electricity produced through offshore wind, right? So both of them are not the right people to talk about the nuclear cost. So they have said between 2020 and 2050, there will be 1% reduction in the cost. Whereas for energy storage, solar, offshore wind, they say it will be 30%. That means 70% reduction in the cost by 2050. So the stories people create also is based on, their background. And so what Mr. Joshi said on where the nuclear team has to go and do this with the ministries, that is very important. That is on the cost part. On the lady that asked on the solar, you see, solar manufacturing, you are very much right. Now they introduced this customs duty on Chinese import from 1st of April 2022. This was in last year's budget. That there is a 40% duty on solar modules and 25% on the solar cells. So now everybody, including Tata Power, is setting up the solar cell manufacturing unit. But to manufacture a solar cell, first is the silicon, and then you make single crystal silicon, then you make wafer, and then you put the electrical connectivity, get the solar cell, and you put the cells together, get the module. So we are now at least at the solar cell, but the wafers will still be imported from China. But there is no duty on the wafers per se. So this Atmanirbharta is coming up in steps. The other key thing on solar that I worry about is the disposal. 25 years from now, what will happen? 30 years from now, what will happen? Wind turbine blades, which are made of composite material, right? So people have to bury it in the earth. And nobody right now has the technology to process or recycle them. And then as India, we do not have the necessary, we are very poor that way in rare metals. So that challenge is also there. And this 2 rupees is definitely not sustainable. Yes, we have gone subpar, but how much it will go forward, we will see. Only future has to say. So that is all from me.
Myself, K.U. Agarwal, sir. With regard to CLNT clause, sir, I would like to inform that in all our NPCIL tender, it was very clearly brought out once the CL&D Act came in 2011 that the liability of the parties will be applicable to the total cost of their purchase order value or the 1,500 crore rupees, whichever is lower. So it is very clearly brought out in the tender as well as while issuing the purchase order. Then subsequently also it is brought out that for PSWR, since the NPCIL is the designer, so NPCIL will be the supplier. So it is not applicable for them. So even though industry could not trust it, and third thing, it is also brought out that how long it will be applicable. The period it is also indicated very well. The 5-year will be the applicable once come into the picture that. So, and further, sir, one comment, while presenting in one of the today's this thing, that something it is mentioned that the delay payment by the NPCIL, though it might have been happened for the maybe Kakrapara 3-4 or the Rajasthan 7-8, but the delay took place due to one is the Fukushima incident. Because of that, lot of changes took place, and another is the CL&D clause, and third is during this period, only 2011 to 2014, the Colgate scam and all these things, industry also suffered the lot of the EPC industry. The lot of industry went into the NCLT and all these things. So from industry side also there was a lot of delay in the supply of the equipment, and that cascading effect caused it the lot of delay. And on the other part, the NPCIL supported the industry, even if the industry is not able to pay to the sub-vendor. The NPCIL is paid directly to the sub-vendor, their sub-vendor. And at many places, the bigger industry has also not supplied the equipment at a time. The EPC industry also could not supply equipment at a time. So there is, but the communication is required much more. It may be sometime the delay may be from NPCIL side or maybe the industry side, but it will be taken care in the future time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Nirbhay Gupta, working for Control and Instrumentation and Simulators Group in NPCIL. There are many issues where I could probably be interested to speak about, but I will keep it short. And just a small question to the consultant representative here. He raised some very pertinent questions, and one of that was that the key consultancy jobs are not being offered to us. There are only some, minimal engineering kind of things are offered. I have experience with PC as well and other consultants. And there is one thing which emerges out is how do you retain your manpower over a period of say 6 years or 7 years of project life? I have experience that TC also had, in particularly my contract, which I was looking into, had a layoff of almost, 4 generations I faced in 6 years. And every time a new set of people come, and some are old or some are very young, and they again go through that same training and acquaintance process about the system or the engineering job which we are doing. So it really bothers us a lot. So do you have made any kind of a policy to retain the set of people who begin the project and remain till the end? And would be really interested to know from you.
Yeah, very, very good question. And there is no right answer for this. In fact, the current, the time that we are in right now, because there is so much of demand, we are having, which we did not face in the last 5 to 7 years. This is the great resignation is not only in US or Europe, it is in India also. And we make, we have a very, very strong young engineers development program in which almost 6 months is spent in their training. 3 months of classroom lectures and assignments, 45 days of site training and 45 days of 3D tools training. And next 6 months, they work on commercial jobs, but they are not chargeable on the job. So it is an investment, and they become 100% chargeable on the job only after 1 year, and they get the confirmation. And next 2 years, they will stay. And the 4th year, you will see that they will all leave. When they are ready to deliver, they will leave. So it is a reality which not only TC, but the entire industry is facing. And so there are a lot of, employee engagement activities, taking care of, not only the compensation, added to that is a lot of benefits that come with it. But I think the current generation is like that. And we cannot make anybody say, contracted to work throughout the duration of the project when the project takes, 8 years or 9 years. We have so many grades in the organization that somebody gets promoted every 3 years and 4 years, but still they do not stay. And we spend a lot of money, and every few years, in fact, in this particular year, we have done a benchmarking study. So salary corrections are implemented also. But then this is a reality that we have to face. And I do not, I have left also TC. I worked in GE for a decade and came back here. So at different ages, you have different aspirations, right? So I don't think we can have any policy that will, clearly say that you have to be here. We have developed now recently one STAR program in which we have young leaders, given higher responsibilities. We had Axel program earlier in which you find talent and give them a couple of levels of promotion based on their potential. But then it doesn't bond you to the organization, and it is not legal also to have that kind of an arrangement. But I fully understand the pain because we face it regularly.
I think it's time to now meet the schedule, which is the objective of the industry and NPCIL both. But then I have some comments coming on the chat box. It's a comment only. Joshi ji, to you. Nice to hear that Rosatom is open to partnership. Is there any thinking on Rosatom side to collaborate with Indian industry, which you are doing, which we heard during the presentations, to supply components for the reactors coming up in Finland? So that is the remark. So the answer is he is just smiling because so they can participate. Okay. So this is the answer to you. This is for him. But he's giving you permission that you can participate in the tenders. So that's the answer to the questionnaire that yes, the industry can participate. Rosatom is giving them permission to participate in the tenders from Finland. Well, the last and I think the most important, which we should have started with, is that Mr. G.K. Pillai, who is known to everybody. He has been participating in our conferences, and at NPCIL we know him so very well, right from his Ranchi days and at Walchand Nagar. He's no more, and we remember his contribution to the industry, to the nuclear field in particular, and we all together pay our tributes to his contributions. I will request Shri Nadaf to add something on this.
Mr. Pillai was chosen to join WIL based on his capability and demonstration of pulling out the government sector industry out of red to green or blue. So he was very good at it. And we had some issues related to some of our major contracts which were earlier done, but they were not doing well. And so we thought probably, management thought that Mr. Pillai will be very valuable to come out of trouble. He did his best, and he was very good at this particular thing. And so the company got stabilized because of his effort. Now, although he was a very fit person, actually he was the hockey player at the national level. So he could have been the part of the Indian national hockey team, but he just missed it out. So he was fit, and he was always fit, but he got into a trouble about 4 years for his some small cancer problem, and he was operated, and he was hale and hearty. Now, yesterday, he underwent some surgery, and he underwent a massive heart attack, and therefore he succumbed to that. And we lost a very valuable, progressive, knowledgeable, very friendly person. It's a loss not only to WL, but as a country as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, he was a very important member of this partnership, and very, very keen participant. In fact, many of you would have seen him in the conferences and discussions. Well, I think we need to close now. 5. And there is nothing to summarize, because this partnership has to grow, and that is a requirement. That is the aspiration we have. And on our table, we have a lot of work. We have 12 PHWRs, 4 VVRs, and we are getting ready for EPR. In fact, years ago, I told them that you don't do this EPR yourself, you give it to TC. We told them, and I think those days itself they talked to you, but they took their own time. So we have a lot of things on our table. Let us not worry about the future beyond that. It will take care. It will depend on what we do. If we deliver, and we are almost matching solar today, and we should continue to match. And we have to, actually, the ultimate partner of nuclear is solar and wind. That is the scenario in 2070. If you want green energy, this is what is going to happen. A base load coming from nuclear, fluctuations coming, and that is how the lifestyle will have to adjust itself. So with that note, with that aspiration, I think if we all agree on the panel, we close. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to listen wonderful lectures in the morning, which gave so much of confidence for the future, and opportunity to discuss with you your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And also to the panelists who kept us engaged whole day. Really, it was a very indulging day, really very active, and we could, nobody realized the time really. Thank you very much. And I'm sure I'm reminded of a song which is taught in schools, Hum Chilenge Saath Saath, Honge Kamyab. Jarur. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we close the session. Oh, sorry. Dr. Ramarao, please come to give the memento. Okay.
Sir,
yeah. Only two.
Sir, we request
Joshi
you to
sir.
felicitate Mr. Vijay Joshi with the memento.
Yeah, chairman will give the.
Yeah.
Moderator will give the memento too. You can go there, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. We conclude now and tomorrow we'll disperse for tea and tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, we all will meet. Thank you. Huh? Yeah, including me, sure.